certainly the best.
Good day and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where we talk about women, everything, love, everything. When I say love, not the other way love. We also talk about the other way love, but we talk about Christ's love, how Christ has asked us to love one another, And then this is where women come to open up whatever they think is bothering them. And I am Patricia Urono Gabriels. I usually don't do this alone. I have Chisom Agbafo. Chisom Agbafo is a legal practitioner. Chisom.
Hi, Patricia. Nice meeting you.
Your sunshade is saying it all. And we have a new face in the house. Oh, yes. We have Mercy Onwonode Igwe. She is a founder and executive director of Heavens for the Hopeless Foundation, HHF.
Yeah.
Mercy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me open the card again and let you know who Mercy is. Mercy is a police officer. You try me, we get you arrested.
Yeah, thank you.
And then, of course, we have Abiodun Dejowo. She is the CEO, Abigail Cut. Abiodun, you're welcome.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you for joining us. Of course, I know your schedule is tight, but you made sure you joined us on this special episode. Thank you for coming. Anyway, so let's go down the drain. Let's, enjoy today. We're going to be having so much fun today, so much to talk about, so much. In fact, there's a topic that we just picked right here and now. And there's a reason why we picked that topic. We might let you know the reason and we might not let you know the reason. But let's go to the first topic we have today. We're going to be talking about the girl child and the boy child. A writer once said, his name is Joseph Brendan, my dad was advising a man that was complaining about his wife not giving birth to a boy child because the man said, how will his name survive? And my dad said something that made me go crazy with my goals. He said, if you want your name to live and not die, make a name for yourself. Your kids cannot keep your name alive. If you want your name to survive, give your name life by doing things that people will talk about when you are dead. And he used the example of talking about Nnamdi Azikiwe. Let me come back home. I don't want to call the international names. He talked about Nnamdi Azikiwe. He said, who remembers his children, but his name is still ringing bell? So let me ask questions here. What is your take on a girl and a boy child? These men that complain, oh, I want a male child, and then, some of them go outside the wedlock to, try to get a male child. What's your take on that, Chisom?
Okay, well, first of all, I just want to balance
well.
Because the issue of a boy child, girl child is an unending discussion, debate in Africa. Let me say Africa, because they place a lot of emphasis on or a lot of pressure on giving birth to a male child. Africa is more or less centered on patriarchy, everything they are doing, and then they use the Bible to justify it and say, the Bible, somebody was telling me, Jesus was so reasonable for calling 12 men. Why did he do that? So why didn't he, at least put one female there and all of that? That's why you know that the world is run. It's a man's world, right? And so because of that impression, every other person thinks that a female gender is a weaker sex or lesser than the men. But I thank God for what it is today, because the world has changed. We have women who are making good money. We have women in there. I don't think there's a space where you can say this is for only men. Women have already saturated the whole field, and that is amazing. So it's more or less on the quality of investment, right? You're investing in a child, regardless of if it's a boy or if it's a girl, and then that's your investment. The output, you're seeing it that this lady is making a lot of impact in this space and all of that. So the moment they start, doing this stigmatization, it must be a male child. For what? To keep the name. I was even telling somebody on Twitter, I made a post, a very controversial viral post that I got a lot of threats, and because I said, let's normalize women not changing their names when you get married.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people say, oh, you're a feminist, you're saying this thing, because there's no law that says a woman
yes.
should, change her name and all of that. So just because of that sense of, oh, I should carry his name, I should carry his name. There are women out there who have their name alone in rooms, has made a lot of impact for a lot of people. So people should stop, creating that stigma and all of that on the male child is better than the female child. It's a child, whether boy or girl, they can make an impact anywhere. So yeah, that's what I take.
Chisom. I mean, I don't think the other people have words to say, because you almost, putting everything together. But let me go to you, Mercy. Okay, my mom once said to my younger sister, who has 2 girls, and she looked at her and said, "You don't know how blessed and lucky you are." So I was like, "Why?" And she said, "A girl child, 1 girl child is like 10 male children." I don't know how true that is. Is that
so
true?
let me start with the fact that I thank you for starting the whole conversation, because the truth there, when it comes to the boy child and the girl child, over time I've seen that when we talk about the value, you now say, okay, this is better than this. It means you have a value, you have something you are placing on one that you feel this one is much more better than it. And by the time I look at all the things, all the indices that our parents, our fathers, our mothers are putting in place to judge if the boy child is better than the girl child, I look at all of those indices and I bring it to play as at now. They are nothing to write on. Okay, talk about a male child saying, okay, a male child is better than a girl child because he feels he can continue the name of the family. Haven't you seen male children who wants to continue the names of the family, and the parents are like, please don't mention my name out there. Please don't
Give me one reason
why. Don't mention that you belong to this family, because I don't want issue. At some point, because these are things we see every day. I have seen male children who, at the long run, you'll be like, no, it would have been better we didn't have a male child. And I'm not saying it's not happening with the females too. But what we are saying now is that the issue here should not be who is better than who. Then what we should be looking at is that, okay, how can we make these children, either boy or a girl, empower them with the needed knowledge that they need to be able to become all of the blessings, all of the needed gifts that we need in our time and generation. So that should be the conversation, not that a boy is better than a girl child. I know all of these things are from the place of how will I put it? Let's say societal norms, where we are beginning to feel, oh, because this is the way it has been from. But I think with time now things are changing. Please, let's even look at it as at now. You are beginning to see women rising to frontiers where it has been said it's only the male, the only men can do this. See women rising to those spaces and they are doing, gallantly well. And that is beginning to fault the perspective our foreparents were having about the female gender. So things has changed over time. So when you talk about the fact that your mother said one girl child is better than, okay, over time it has been reviewed that when it comes to their old age, parents during their old age, they need attention, they need care, and that is innate when it comes to the female child.
I was talking to a male yesterday, a very matured man, who told me, I was amazed because of his position. He just said to me, I need to stop by in my hometown. I said, what are you going to do? I need to go see my mom. He said it like a baby. So I was like, wow. You say?
It's a norm for him.
He said, yes, in my busy schedule, things are tight, but I need to find a time to go see my mom. So I was like, okay, bring her in, since, he said, no, I don't want to inconvenience her. I want to go see my mom. So we have some men who are as good as a female child. Sure. But Abiodun, over the time, men, pardon me if I will use a particular region in the country, the Igbos would always tell you they want a male child. Yes. Some of them don't even want to train their female child to school. They would rather train their male child to school. And the reason they will tell you is because she'll be married away, but the male child remains in the house. What's your take on this, Abiodun?
As you've all said, the thing is, to me, every child is important, and there should be, in this day and age, we shouldn't be differentiating you want a son, you want a female child, because to me it boils down to, it says, the Bible says, train up a child in the way you want to go, and when it goes, you will not depart. So it's how you train that child.
It doesn't have to
It
be
doesn't
female
matter,
or male.
because I hear people say that, there's a billionaire, he said, you want a female child. And I said, why? He said that because when he grows old, the female will look after him, because he said he never went
After
to
his
had time for his
parents.
own mother,
Yeah.
or so it's all different. The you just said now that this was a male. It depends how they were trained,
Trained,
and
yes.
also their personality.
Yeah.
Some people might have been born with certain, but when you train them that this is the way, this is the good way to do things, and some men cook very well.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, my son does.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
My
was
son,
seen
my
in
son
female
does. My son does.
They cook very well.
Yeah.
So to me, it's not about, it's what you deposit, what you train a child that it will come. But this topic about the tradition, Igbo tradition, I know it's still active today.
Yes,
And
in
this
some
is because
areas,
they
yes.
want, even I had a friend recently that her mother passed away, but before, when her father passed away, everything was for the son. And even the thing that was supposed to be, so I was like, they still have this strong
Yes.
tradition. So, but I think it's going to take education, it's going to take reorientation, just to make sure that women and male, they're the same, because it causes a lot of issues, because there's sibling
Marriage.
rivalries right now. Because sometimes you see the female that's the one that helped the mother that did this, and then the male will now come. I just hear so many things that when the dad died, they threw the female child out of the house, things like that. So I think, there needs to be a deep discussion and counseling with this tradition to try to stop. It's not just about, you just want a child, your male child, to carry your name. Legacy. A female, they can do the same, but be fair. There should be fairness. There should be you should find a way where it's not going to cause sibling rivalry. It's not going to cause issues on ground. So to me, nowadays, even female, they have combined surnames. So female too can carry on with your name if you want, if that's so pleased.
important.
Then you get Johnson, Talabi, Semikini.
Johnson Talabi.
I just want example. Do you understand? So I'm just saying the ways around it to go around that issue. So to me, it's
But I think there's a bit of things are beginning to
Recently.
evolve recently because, take for instance, I want to say, for those that are learned amongst them, they are beginning to balance it to some extent.
Yeah.
Take for instance, my late father started a company which is Evosec, which is the offshoot of what I'm doing presently, and I happen to be the first daughter, the first child, and my immediate younger brother is there. So for him, before we lost him, he had already put in the directors in the. We have the directors and all of that. I'm part of the directors, regardless of the fact that, whether and funny enough, when we lost him at a time that we never even, we never even expected he was going to go at that particular point in time. And we needed to keep running the legacy. And because I watched and I looked at a legacy that the man has built all the days of his life, and I'm like, am I going to watch this die? I took it up over my, that was what brought me into the police force.
Wow.
That was what brought me into the police force. So the thing there is for parents who are still in the dark, still feeling that, my male child is the only one that can carry on with my legacy, I think is a level of knowledge they are exposed to. So over time, some persons are beginning to get exposure, and they are, it's a bit flexible.
Okay, so let me remind you, we're still in WIC, Women in Conversation. And like I said, we have a police in the house. If you look for our trouble,
Yes.
it's all over for
Get
you.
arrested.
It's all over for you. So we're still talking on the girl child and the boy child. Chisom.
Yeah, so there's when Abiodun talked about female inheritance, property inheritance. As a lawyer, I've dealt with so many will arrangements and all of that, letter of administration and will reading and all those things. And I found out that 90% of this will, the sharing of the property, you'll be hearing my 2-story building goes to my third son, fourth son, and then there was one that he only gave the daughter just a room. I think the house had, what this Face Me and Face You house, he gave her just the room. And as a lawyer and this confidentiality thing, I can't put in my emotional opinion.
Okay, Chisom, I'm going to cut you short there because we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is WIC Women in Conversation, and I still have Chisom in the house, Mercy and Abiodun. It's good you're staying tuned to understand the legal aspect of the boy child and the girl child. Chisom was talking about the legal aspect. But before you go on, I'm going to bring in a special family, which I think they're having this legal tussle over their father's death. And it's the Access Bank man, if you remember. I think they're fighting the daughter because she's a girl. I'm sure if the first son was still alive, they won't be having this fight. So what's your take on that?
Okay, like I was saying, so it's recently, this will is recent, 2025, and it's still happening. They gave the lady just a room, like I was saying. He shared property, and is an extended family, so there are a lot of sons. It's a typical Igbo family, so lots of sons, few daughters, so it's expected. So just the only daughter they had, he just gave her a room. And then I just made a comment like, I was just talking with the wife that, your daughter, just a room and all that. So she said that there's an impression in the home that any lady, if you're a female from that family, automatically the reason why they don't give you property is because you end up giving it to your husband. And I was trying to understand how that makes sense. They feel whatever is given to you, your husband has to take it. So there's still a patriarchal, strong system holding that family. So no matter what a female child does, your success is attached to your husband. So meaning the property would still, the name of the property will still die. So instead, they just give her maybe a room to sell. And let it just be that she's not part of the home. I even made a post about that, and a lot of people were talking about their own experience in their own family, what they end up getting, and all of that. So the issue of the Access Bank own is the same thing. When there's a will and they find out that, either they give, even giving to the wife is an issue. Yes, sir. The wife of the man who has struggled with this man, they end up giving her nothing. They give to maybe the children, the male children who are there. And it makes no difference. I mean, if you give it to a male or you give it to a female, how do this child manage the property? I mean, it's even, I think I prefer the Yoruba culture in that aspect. They don't place emphasis on a child. Yes, a child is a child. A child is a blessing to them, unlike the Igbo system. So it affects, legal acquisition of property in a home and all of that. But you need to give your child something, your female child. You need to acknowledge her presence in the home. Yes, she also deserves the same quality of inheritance that you are giving the male children. And I think that what is, because we are all talking about this now is different, and I figured out that what is actually making the change is the orientation of the female child, not the society. Not the society, because the whole society still sees men as just the way you're a police officer. I think we have a military officer in my family. So I think the first time they were like, we have a military officer, my dad was just saying, we have a military. And she's a female. It's a female. So everybody will say, I want to know, I want to meet him. Yes. Where is he? And so my dad was like, no, she's a woman. And so they're like, So all those, there are women who are submissive to the patriarchy, like those older, much Igbo women. So they're like, is she married? Will she be able to, they were not even trying to know her competence. Wow, this is, so that's a problem. So it's we, the women, your mindset, if you can change it, like you who is a police officer, for you to even have that courage to stand and say, this is who I am. Because a lot of people will look at you and say, oh no, who asked you to join this? Why did you do this? And all of that. So if we women can change our mindset, if you're training a female child, let her know that the world is a man's world. So you need to be courageous in anything you're doing. And it happens everywhere. I think even my auntie was complaining at one point that the daughter got a lead role for this school play that they do. So they ended up giving the lead role to a guy. But the girl could play that role better. So that is the issue. From that,
starting from the scratch.
she had already seen that, okay, this is
Because
you're
I'm a
already-
girl,
because I'm a girl,
they
and I
can't
have
give
to
it to
do
me,
this.
yeah.
And so that's the issue. We should train children in a way that they know that you are also, you deserve whatever position you want to be. Property acquisition, even the wife, you know, if you, that's why I said I prefer the Yoruba culture. If you're in a room where they are reading the will and it's a Yoruba family, and the mother is hearing, oh, this person two row, and it's not maybe equal, the way the woman has a voice, they will, no, what do you mean? What do you mean? But then the reverse is the case in the Igbo culture. The
just
woman will
sit
just be
down.
quiet, just like, you know, because you don't talk where the umunas are there
And
you
the
are
umuadas.
and the
Umuadas.
umuadas, and you're talking. Who are you to talk? Don't you have
Sit down, you're just a wife.
Exactly. So that's the thing.
So
Okay. Yes. So we need to change that. We women, we need
We
to
need to
change
change
that
your
mindset.
rotation.
Yes.
Chisom is advising us as a legal practitioner. We need to change that mindset. But anyway, let me take it to the aspect of polygamy.
Okay.
Okay, so when a rich man or a man has many wives, and you know, so maybe one of the wives has all boys, another one has all girls, and he passes on. Property has to be shared. All the properties goes to the boys.
You know, this thing, this whole thing we are talking about, it's so sensitive that, because these are the reality of, you know, in our time, that you see some women at the end of their life, towards the end of their life, they feel so bitter. They feel they've wasted so much of their time. And, you know, in terms of being alive for themselves, they are already dying inside because of some certain things, or all of these particular issues that we are mentioning. I've seen women who feel less of themselves because they have all females. You know, even their potential, their ability to be able to give back or do some certain things are being withdrawn from them because they have all females. So my question now is the gender a female? Are we the one, as a female, are you the one dictating the gender that comes out of you at the long run? I think we need to ask this men these questions. because because the question here is, you are not the one dictating the
Exactly.
gender. The man in question is the one.
Is the one.
Medically, it has been proven.
Biologically.
Yes. It's not dictated. Why? So why make a problem? Why make an issue out of all this? So I feel the men too needs to be educated, like we rightly mentioned. We are empowering our women to understand that, yes, being having female children is never at disadvantage. It is
It's
a
not
gift
a sin.
from God.
It's a gift from
It's a gift from God, and as such, you must empower them, regardless of what the society is throwing at to the female. Empower them. Let them know they can be all that God have designed them to be, regardless of their gender. So I feel this point. The point here now is that as we are empowering the women, we also need to educate the men. Let them know that it is not the women are not the dictators. You drop it. Oh God. You put the men there.
Messi, like you are very
I
brave.
have seen a lot of women. No, see, there was a case that happened recently. A man left his wife, a woman with 4 girls,
Oh wow.
all because you
She
feel
couldn't give him a.
a meal, and you left her and went outside for another woman.
The problem
So
is they feel entitled. That's the thing.
And that's it too.
There's this sense
It's
of
their right.
bragging,
Yes,
entitlement,
like, you get
because
it.
you're a male child and all of that.
So that is the point. I think the lot of trainings we've been having, and that is where I was trying to, I was trying to mention something, that the way it's going now, we are having more empowered women.
Yes.
And the
we
men,
do.
we are leaving them gradually,
Yeah.
kind of. So, but I think we need to create a balance.
WIC is actually trying to create that balance with,
Yes.
with this,
Yes,
put up together.
conversation.
This conversation we usually have for women. This is where women talk about everything. Abby, now, Edith probably will be in our next program tomorrow. But then she said something one of our programs. She said one of the episodes. She said when they have a male child, they throw powder around.
I remember, yeah.
And they're excited that they have a male child. And some of these male children are the ones in the motor park, the Agberos that 4 teeth. I think those were the right words she used. That 4 teeth would have gone up from their mouth. What if the male child happens to be that kind of person? What do you think the family should do at this time? Should still, will everything to that child or to the female child that is coming after the male child?
Okay, now, what I know now, wise people, family are making the will before they pass on. So you can assess situations. Like I speak to a lot of older people, And there's this particular lady, she's selling all her properties. Yeah. And these are properties where
Pardon me, I needed to laugh.
now, yeah, that our father passed on, and the father made it into a trust where the legacy goes on. But now, as you know, in Nigeria, there's a way around it somehow. But and I asked, I said, I thought you can't sell this. She said that if she doesn't sell it, that our children will fight. That there will be trouble. So she has to sell it and share everything before she goes. So to me, and then you know your child. If you have a child that's a drug addict, you're not going to will. I mean, if you, while you're alive, you put things in place where that maybe there will be a trustee that will be guiding that child with some money allowance and everything, so that he doesn't just blow it. And then again, you just, when you're saying that, you need to, well, for I know in our culture, we share is equally. There's nothing like first son or second son, although, we give,
bit of preference.
To the first son. Some family, it depends. They will more to the son because maybe they're taking over the company. I think you assess each child. Each child has a gift, has a potential. You see where each one sits.
Yeah.
Like, for example, now see the Queen of England. She did a fantastic job for how many years? She's one of the best. So when so I think it's education that you just put all you can into every child. Do your best.
Okay, let's quickly have the last question before time, because I've just been told that our time is almost up. Okay, let me go to the legal aspect of when all the children and, I don't want to use the negative words, are not in the right position to take care of the property. Like, for example, Bobby Benson. We know that his property was abandoned for so many years until Lagos State government took over it. Do you think Lagos State government had the right to take over it? Was it Lagos State government or federal government? I don't know. I stand to be corrected. But one of the governments took the property over.
Okay, normally the government has a right to acquire any land in Lagos.
Okay.
I mean, it's the state. The land belongs to the state. But then if it's a private property, fine. But then when the property has been abandoned, it's not of use, and the government deems it fit that maybe this will be good for recreational purpose or be good for the state and all of that, and they pick interest in that property, they can acquire it. Okay. So first thing, I think in relation to our topic, what I would say is for people to understand that there is no specific law that says you must give your property based on gender. I think people need to know that. But a lot of people are scared. Sometimes I see some family members saying, I don't want trouble, please. They just allow them to give it to the man who I don't want to. Maybe they sue her, and then, because definitely a will, you can contest a will. What happened with the owner of Access Bank? They contested the will. If the will is, why did you give to that woman now? And everybody's fighting. They will go to court and all of that. So because some of these women are scared, how would they face a lawsuit if you have a heart for a lawsuit? So I don't want to be in the public, just give them this thing ahead. So that was why I said women need to be courageous. You need to have that mindset to fight and all of that. So everybody needs to know that our constitution does not in any way promote discrimination, gender discrimination. I mean, we even have our laws for it, that you don't give any property based on gender and all of that. So I think that it should stop. So everybody understands legally, you can have your property, make sure you're sharing your property. It doesn't mean, she's a lady, is a man, just the way Abe said, based on personality. You know the personality of your children and all of that, so which is actually very important.
Oh, Chisom, I think we have to pay you for this. Anyways, thank you so much for making it so clear that, it's not the legal right for a male child to acquire all the properties. It's just the family's decision or the man's decision. Anyway, we've come to the end of today's WIC. This topic is going to be extended to another episode because it's actually a topic we need to really, really clarify. So that's, I don't know, it might be our next episode, same time tomorrow. So join us tomorrow for another episode of WIC. I'm Patricia.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The number of
All right, then, a very good morning to you. You're welcome to the program on television this morning on ITV. We call it TMI, and of course, it is the program that resonates with, knowledge, with entertainment, if you like, and of course, with the fact that you have to know. Yeah, we take the responsibility to ensure that we make you to know what is going around in Nigeria, even in Edo State and also outside the country. My name is Evan Sunohugie. You're welcome to the program. Well, today is the 14th day of the month of January 2026. So exactly this time next month, it's going to be a lover's story. I'm talking about the Valentine, celebration, Saint Valentine celebration and all that. Now, I love time. Time will never wait for you. It comes, it stays around you. And of course, before you know, it keeps on going and moving and moving. Now, a philosopher said that if you really have to beat time, you have to keep doing what it does. And what does it do? It keeps moving. So if you really want to be ahead of time, always move along with time, and you are not going to be caught napping. Well, not always alone on this program. I've got my co-anchors. Messelina is right there in Lagos. Messelina, a very good morning to you.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. Good to see you on the screen this beautiful morning. Of course, I'm not alone. Wilson is here with me. Wilson.
Hello, Mercy. How are you doing this morning?
I'm very well. I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah.
We are on set together today.
You look radiant, this morning and all that. Well, today, Nigeria, Morocco. I just can't stop talking about that. Tension like, very, very high. Who is going to win? Who is going to lose? Who's going to remain? Who is going to go home and all that? Well, 9 p.m. for today. Yeah. Anyway, that's what's sport lovers. So what do we have today on TMI?
Okay, on TMI this morning, Evans from Lagos. Basically, we're looking at awarding of road contracts in Nigeria. David Umahi's warning and the fight for accountability. He has come out to warn those contractors. I mean, if you're paid for a job, get it done, get it delivered, not delaying the job, the road construction works and all of that. And now he has sound warnings to them. I mean, if this job is not done, you're going to, you need to account for the reason why it's not done on time and all of that. I mean, now they would be on their toes to make sure that those jobs are being done on time.
You're absolutely correct, Mercy, because Nigerian contractors, not all of them, they have this knack of taking the money, not doing the job, not executing the contract, waiting for another regime so they can go again, bid for that same contract for it to be renewed. The money given to them, what are they doing with it? Yeah, you may like or hate Wike. Take a look at what is going on right now in Abuja. He monitors. He makes sure that whatever you are paid to do, you do it. Hence the changes in Abuja. Talk about infrastructure. He did the same in Rivers. He monitors his contractors to get to know that once you have been given XYZ amount of money to deliver, you must deliver. And I believe that that's what Umahi is doing.
Yeah,
You've been
sure.
given XYZ amount of cash. Why not deliver? Are you waiting for the contract to be awarded? Maybe perhaps another nation will just come and be like, okay, fine, XYZ contract, XYZ road, it's been awarded, but it's not been executed. Let's re-award the contract. And the same contractor haven't collected enough money. We go back again to bid for that same road. All this must stop.
So I like the fact that it came out this morning. It came out, to warn these people, sound them a good warning. Like, if you're being paid for a job, deliver. You don't have to waste time. You don't have to wait for the next administration to come complete the job. So, Evans, basically from Lagos today, that is what we'll be discussing on this table.
you so much, Messi and Winston Omasho. Now, Winston, the last time I saw you, it was in Benin here. So please eat plenty of ewa agoni, you know, the Lagos style, atarado, pepe, and all that. So do have fun while you stay in Lagos. All right, so in Benin here, we're going to be talking about something that, I don't know, it may begin to have some adverse implication now, you know, I mean, because we understand that most universities have completed their admissions. I mean, talking about the 2025-2026 admission process, only the fact that just about 2 days, we understand 2 days ago now, we understand that the Joint Admission and Matriculations Board has directed universities in the country to reverse irregular admissions. What we mean by irregular admissions is a situation whereby a candidate scored below a cutoff score for a certain course, but because of connection and all that, that candidate is given that admission to study in that field of study. So JAMB has directed universities that they should reverse this kind of admissions and see that students are admitted based on a score, based on ranking and all that. So I don't know, because like what I said, most schools have completed admission process. As we speak now, we understand that most students have started, you know, lectures in their various disciplines in universities and all that. So the big question that we ask is, why is JAMB giving that directive now? Is it not too late? I mean, we had, you know, time immediately after this, you know, scores were released and universities were compiling the admissions and all that. Why didn't JAMB do that? So why giving the directive now? Anyway, we're going to be talking about that this morning from our Benin Network Center as we get along on the program this morning on ITV. And Winston Omasho, I need to let you know, you have raised the fear of a lot of people again this morning. I mean, talking about the match we're going to be having with Morocco this evening. A lot of persons woke up this morning with the expectation that, oh, it's going to be a free day. So for you to remind Nigerians that there's going to be a match today at 9 o'clock, I mean, I'm talking from my own perspective. You have raised the fear of a lot of Nigerians this morning. Winston, be careful, I mind the way you do that. Yeah, Winston.
Anyway, if you conditions, okay, station will give you the highlights, will tell you the scores. Why risk it? Just relax. Let those that have the mind to really enjoy this matches, let them watch it. Yet it's going to be pulsating much because we have everything at stake. We didn't go for the World Cup. This might just be a consolation prize. Yes, winning AFCON might just be what will make Nigerians happy. Pulsating, intriguing, and of course, sometimes it could be exasperating, but what do? We love football.
Okay.
Unites us, so.
All right, now,
so.
All right, now, so for prayer warriors, for those that know how to pray, this is the time we have to pray, you know, because you can never tell. God will listen and answer prayers at this time. All right, so that's going to be the situation later on today in Nigeria, talking about the way people are going to be staying glued to their television and independent radio and television. We're going to ensure that we televise, we bring the live televised, you know, we show you the live, you know, live football of that of that match, so that you get to watch it as you get along. All right, so we'll take a short pause now so that all the segments of this program will come your way. Let's stay tuned.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on CMI this beautiful morning on ITV. And this morning we would be reviewing the papers. And of course I have Wilson Omasho here with me that we would be reviewing the papers together. Wilson?
Yeah, lots and lots of stories making the rounds in our daily, so go ahead.
All
Let's
right.
give it out.
Okay, so our first papers this morning that we would be reviewing is the New Telegraph newspaper. The New Telegraph newspaper, the big headlines there says, counter-terrorism, U.S. delivers military supplies to Nigeria. You get that on page 4 and page 29. As bandits kill ex-House Assembly candidates, 4 others in Benue State. You get that on page 4 and on page 29 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Also another headline that says, World Bank retains Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast at 4.4%. You also get that on the papers this morning on page 4. Another headline that says, NCAA to crack down on airlines over chronic delays. poor handling of passengers. You get that on page 2 from the New Telegraph. Sugary drinks increase risk of diseases in children. You get that on page 30 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Another headline says, Rivers crisis, IPAC faults weakest Rainbow Coalition claims. You get that on page 5 and also on page 6 on the New Telegraph newspaper this morning. Gobon poll, court nullifies Ekiti PDP primary, directs fresh exercise. You get that on page 6 from the New Telegraph newspaper. Wilson, I want us to quickly talk about this. Counter-terrorism, U.S. delivers military supplies to Nigeria against, the insecurity issues that have been happening in the country. And currently, U.S. has delivered military supplies to Nigeria, to help in support.
Yeah, them coming about to say, look, Nigeria is on their radar, and I was so happy about that, you understand. Now, doing their bombing, that was so cool, but not giving us supplies, which was denied previous administration. They used to tell that they are ready to really assist Nigeria one way or the other to really stop all this. In quote right now, nonsense is getting too much. And don't forget that if a particular country is a breeding ground for terrorism, is going to affect the rest part of the world. Take a look at Yemen. That's a typical example. Do you understand it? So them giving us supply, they know we have the manpower. If they can tell us how to use weapons effectively and efficiently, and we are honest and truthful about fighting insurgency, give us, let's say, no distant time, definitely Nigerians will be happy. Because right now the U.S. are set to support us. We talk about tech and gadget. You take it, go do your job. Our military, they are ready this time. You could see they are hyped. They are ready to fight. And by God's grace, we are going to win. Hope we don't have strings attached to this weapon given to us. That's a question people asking. U.S. don't just do things for you without gaining something. So what do they stand to gain if they're not gaining something already?
A lot of Nigerians are actually asking, what do they stand to gain? What are they looking for at this point?
Yeah.
You never can tell. They might just want to help us, And we actually
just help us, just like that.
We actually hope this help curb insecurity in Nigeria.
All right, it's okay. Now let's take a look at the Leadership newspaper. On the Leadership newspaper, we have these headlines. Northern groups condemn Katsina's release of bandits. Yeah, and of course, Commission hands over recovered 802.4 million naira to First Bank. Talk about the looted fund, 802 million naira to First Bank. Stakeholders fought senators the long second-term endorsement. Population Agency honoring retiring director. Reactions as Tinubu unveils $2 billion climate fund plan. Now, that is another headline making the rounds on the Leadership newspaper. Can woman dies of seizures left in her body? Now, that is making serious round in the social media. Mercy, let's take a look at this. Carelessness of doctors, carelessness of surgeons, because this is like a roller coaster. People keep on reacting to that particular story for months. It's crazy.
A lot of people has died via this process. During surgical operation, they forget either scissors, needle,
not even cotton wool.
Yeah.
Towels.
It's carelessness. And this person, nobody is praying to go to the theater room and do not come out alive.
Yeah.
The families might be praying that, okay, you're going to the theater room, you come out alive, and all of a sudden, maybe after a successful surgery, they get to find out that they forgot something. And so it's really sad.
Very sad indeed. So Nigerians are waiting for the next point of call. Who will go down for it? Is it going to be swept under the carpet, or justice will be served? That's what Nigerians are waiting for. A dastardly mistake was made that cost the life of a promising young Nigerian. So what will the government do about this? Don't forget also the case of Chimamanda that lost one of her twin, in Nigeria. That case still is so hot, and now we're having another one again from the medical segment. That means something needs to be done, that particular segment. It could be an overhaul so that people get to know that as a doctor, as a surgeon, as a nurse, you are responsible for any or everything that happens to your patient during and of course after a particular procedure.
Of course.
Yeah.
You should be responsible. All right, moving on. We're still on the papers review this morning. We'll quickly take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. The big headlines on the Vanguard newspaper says, Nigerians' oil gas exploration defies federal government's effort, drops 14%. NUPRC calls investors with 50 oil blocks. You get that on page 19 on the Vanguard newspaper. Another headline that says, Rivers crisis, APC CSO others slam Fayose over Fubara's APC status. You get that on page 5. A writer says, Tinubu won't sacrifice Wike for Fubara. Fayose. Another one says, Wike Rainbow Coalition claims misleading. Another one says, IPAC says, opposition's party may adopt Fubara in 2027. You get that on page 5 from the Vanguard newspaper. How federal governments, state, local government areas shared 6 trillion naira in 3 months. NEITI. You get that on page 19 from the Vanguard newspaper. Economy, Nigeria to record fastest growth in 2026, World Bank. You get that on page 19. A writer says, upgrades growth forecast to 4.4% for 2026-2027. You get that on page 19 on the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, another headline says, Opevolo orders release of reminded AAU students. I mean, that is a trending topic, well said, on the internet. I mean, I'm going to talk about that much later, but let's talk about the whole incident, the kidnapping incident that have been happening in Edo State, Ekpoma. And a lot of Nigerians are saying that the government, instead of going after those kidnappers, they went to arrest the students that came out to protest. I mean, they came out to protest for their life. What has been happening, you know, it's not a good one at all. They came out to protest, and the government went to pick them. Of course, well, yesterday we saw that 7 of them have been released out of the 52 students that were actually captured, were actually arrested.
Well, this should prove one thing, that the governor of Edo State is a listening governor. After the backlash, why would you go boss students hostel 3 a.m.? You just picked on everybody, Black Maria, zoomed to court. I don't have jurisdiction, remand them in prison. We're like, what is going on? But when people started clamoring for their release, said, okay, fine, they've changed the rule. If you have a possible means of identification that you are a student, you'll be let off the hook. Thank God that 7 have been let off the hook. But the question now is, the security situation in Edo State, yes, we all know that it's not only in Edo State, but come on, as the #1 man in Edo State, something needs to be done about it. But he said something, that they are working on a particular tactics. For security reasons, he wouldn't want to let the cat off the bag. After I made that comment, to get to hear about helicopters and, of course, drone hovering around them, that might just be one of the tactics. Because we talk about security situation, how to combat insecurity, you do not let the people you are targeting know your tactics. So maybe that's the reason why he's withholding some information. He said, just watch and see. Something will be done about it. It used to be a community close to Benin City, Iyoha, this kind of thing, but not up to the intensity of Ekpoma. It happened in Iyoha. They said they're going to do something about it. Right now, thank God, to date, we've not heard of such again occurring at Iyoha, very close to Benin City. Now we have Ekpoma. I believe the governor and, of course, the presidency, they have machinery put in place to tackle this incident. And he said one thing also. If they are in our bushes, we will flush them out. So we are waiting. We are watching.
I mean, I saw a video of the SCG president where he came out to say that it was actually not the students that started the protest.
You get to hear about, you know, foreign influence and the protests and all that, but say there's no smoke without fire. Is there insecurity? Yes. Is there kidnapping? Yes. So who don't protest? Are you going to blame me for protesting?
That's the question.
They are calling for attention. They are calling for the government of the day to stand up for their responsibility, which is providing security for lives and property. So, Mr. Governor, the ball is in your court. We know that you will not let you down, okay? Just do the best that you can. Let's see if the tactics you talked about will work. We pray it works. We pray it works. Yes, we pray. We pray it works. All right, let's take a look at the Tribune right now. On the Tribune, we have these headlines making the rounds on the Nigerian Tribune. U.S. delivers critical military supplies to Nigeria. Seems to be making lots of round in various dailies. On the political scene, we have Tinubu neither missing nor absent. APC replies Peter Obi. Okay, where is Mr. President? That's a question. All right, Tinubu absent when Nigeria needs him most, says Peter Obi. Well, the party, they replied. LG accounts, Osun files charges against bank officials. Okay, now sugary drinks increase risk of heart disease in children, says expert. Plateau defection, burning of political godfather. Senator Yari's second address. Kwara APC and the raging battle for 2027 Central Senatorial ticket, the floating throne of Rivers State. The 2026 for Nigerian women, gender equality, women's empowerment, take global stage. And of course, the crash in medical tourism spending, the side hustle revolution navigating and monetizing Nigerian online economy in 2026. Let's go to the first question. Where is Mr. President? APC said that the president is neither missing nor absent. He's walking. But Peter B says that this man is missing when Nigerian needs him most. It's like saying, just remind me of a movie trailer, you know, and when the world needed him most, he disappeared. That is the avatar. Is that what you're saying right now in Nigeria?
I mean, we saw a video of the president. We know that the president is currently in Abu Dhabi for the summit. And I was having a conversation with a friend yesterday. Said, where's our president? He asked the same question, where's our president? I said, we know our president is in Abu Dhabi currently. You know, it was like, our president spent more time outside Nigeria. You're supposed to be in your country. Like,
that was of the avatar. When we needed him the most, he vanished. Anyway, he said he's around, he's working for the country, trying to get more foreign investment, to attract more foreign investment to the country.
Yeah, we hope so.
We hope so.
And also in his speech, he said that we'll be having a summit very soon in Nigeria, you know, where he would also invite those people to Nigeria and have the summit. And we hope we're looking forward to that. And a lot of Nigerians are saying that at this point, you know, insecurity is rampant in the country.
Yeah, the killing, the kidnapping.
This is the time that our presidents will be traveling, you know, for summits and all of that.
Maybe just to give the person that all is well in Nigeria, we have it under control. We have the U.S. supporting us right now. The terrorists are going to feel the impact and the sting of a new coalition with the U.S. But come on, we need Mr. President to be here on the ground to marshal our things. You know, when U.S. went to Venezuela, Trump was there. He was monitoring everything. Everything passed through him and all that. All right, the next paper, please. Okay, well, there's a much we can take from this segment. All you need to go get a copy or two of these papers, get to read them, digest them, know what is going on in and around your environment. And remember that readers today will definitely become leaders of tomorrow. So try as much as you can to inculcate the reading culture.
All right, many thanks to you all for joining us this beautiful morning on Newspaper Review. We'll be handing over to Benin for the continuation and CMI. Just stay with us.
All right, thank you so much for staying to the program this morning on ITV. Yes, I told you that we're going to be looking at some new developments coming from the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board now, giving the directives to universities in the country to, you know, make sure that admission irregularities are, you know, taken care of. Now, what we are saying is that JAMB has directed universities, including the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, UNN, to reverse irregular admissions where higher ranked candidates were bypassed for lower ranked ones. And of course, this move, it's aimed to ensure fairness and adherence to established admissions. Now, what this means is that what JAMB is simply telling universities is that, hey, a student that's called 205 and that you know, student is admitted into a discipline, into a department that he does not meet up the cutoff. Now, you should reverse that kind of admission. That's what JAMB is simply telling universities. But the big question we are asking is, why now? I mean, most universities are done with admission process. And as a matter of fact, we understand that you know, most students have also started receiving lectures in various disciplines. Well, to look at all this this morning and also analyze the implications of this development, we have two educationists with us here. Let us welcome Mr. Loveday Ogu, a renowned educationist in Benin. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning.
And also, too, yeah, we have Oyaisi Andrew, another renowned educationist, and is joining me, as a matter of fact, for the first time on TMI. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Loveday Ogu, now this is your area of specialization, education, preparing candidates for the joint admissions of board matriculation examination and all that. Now, are we not looking at a bout of, confusion within the admission process in universities? What I'm trying to say is that most universities have completed the admission.
The admission process.
So for JAMB to now give the directive that they have to reverse admission irregularities, that admission has to be done based on ranking. I mean, what are we looking up to?
All right. Firstly, I think it's never too late to take the right steps and to make the right decisions and the right calls. Aptly right, it's better for students with higher rankings to be given the privilege to gain admission into the university first than students with lower scores or lower rankings. But it's a complexity of issues. It's just not the scores in the JAMB that determines admission. There's a whole lot surrounding it. But I feel personally that this directive from JAMB is a wake-up call to institutions to know that they are being watched and their affairs are being monitored, so that going forward they can get it right. Because there's a whole lot of injustice in the system, though a lot of them it's due to people's short-sightedness in terms of what happens in the university. For instance, let me give you a clear case study. For admission processes to happen, it's basically based on three categories: merit, catchment area, and less developed states. Yeah. So in a situation whereby a student scores high, but it's from a competitive state, and another student scores not as high as that other student, but it's from a less developed state in terms of education. Now, the policy agrees that the student from the less developed state should be given, preference than the one from the competitive state. If you look at both students or both cases, you would assume that there is a foul play or there is injustice, but it's actually what the law stipulates. So a lot of parents need to come to the understanding that it's not just about what the student scores in JAMB. A student who scores 300 in JAMB and another who scores 250, the university also has a role to play because of their university post-UTME. Yeah. If the one who scored 250 scores better in the university exam, he stands a better chance than the one who had 300 in JAMB but does poorly in the school system. But I think what JAMB is trying to drive at is letting the institution know that we are watching, we are the oversight body responsible, and if we notice any foul play, we are going to call you to order, so that going forward they will play by the books accordingly.
Okay. Now, I see, Andrew, because it's somehow difficult for parents and maybe some of the admitted students now to really understand this dynamics as it stands now. Because who admits for JAMB? Is it JAMB that admits for itself, or the universities that admits for JAMB? Let us get that straight.
Well, first of all, university admits for JAMB.
University admits for JAMB.
Sent to JAMB, JAMB will now approve.
Okay, approve.
Yes.
Okay.
And the question is, what is the essence of cutoff mark?
Okay.
Now, you have cutoff mark for 4 major reasons. 1, to maintain fairness. 2, to maintain standard. 3, to prevent backdoor admission. 4, to because we have limited space.
Exactly.
Now, the question is, when people talk about retrieving admission, the truth is, JAMB is doing the right thing, but at the wrong time. This directive ought to have come at the beginning of the admission, not now. You don't expect a child who has been given admission, who has celebrating, who has bought books, has started classes,
paid school fees,
who has paid school fees, who has done everything, that the admission should be retrieved. First of all, saying that, I think they are not acting
properly. But the thing is, that issue of cut-off mark, or the issue of less developed area, catchment and others, personally, I want it to be scrapped.
You want it to be scrapped?
Yes.
Why?
The truth is, if you want standard, standard should be standard. You can't make some sets lazy. Because if you tell me that if I'm from Delta State, to get into medicine, I should score 315 in JAM, or possibly score 90 in post-UME. Then if I'm from the north, I should score 220 in JAM, then score 70 post-UME. That is unfair. That's unfair. But if someone from the south scored 320, you from the north scored 280, then you are getting admission, so from side is not getting. So the moment, once they make everything equal, remove catchment area, remove education less area, you will see that everybody will compete and the standard will go up.
All right, now, Lovely Ugu, just like what Andrew said, that it is the institutions that admit, but JAM has to approve.
Yeah.
Now, what do you approve? It brings us back to, the question. I mean, what do you approve? Do you approve institutions' admissions that admitted students that did not meet up to cutoff?
Exactly.
I don't know. So, what's the take on that?
In fact, I think it begs the question, because if JAM is saying that universities admitted without their knowledge, it then is saying that universities admitted without their approval, which is not what the law says. Because every university goes through, every admission, goes through JAM. Every student has to go to JAM portal to check for the admission status. It's only when they sit in JAM portal will it then be reflected in the school portal. So I think there is something that we are not being told here. But like, my partner talked about, I feel it's high time we begin to look at the nitty-gritty of what we actually want in this country. We understand that Nigeria is dynamic, and we want to carry every ethnic region along, but even at that, if we want to be competitive globally, we should act as the way others in foreign countries do, in the sense that, like he was saying, the students who do well should be given credence, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of tribe, regardless of wherever they are coming from. And I think that will do a more better job for Nigerian educational system, because it will motivate even those you think are not as good as them to begin to work hard, sit up, and then they will even surpass some of those that we think are better than them.
Okay. Now, OUIC again, let us look at, some of the implications of this. I mean, just like what we are saying here, that for most students, they are through, they've gotten their admission, and of course, they've done their clearance and all that, so they've started receiving lectures. Now, what do you think is going to be the implication? Implication on the part of JAM, implication on the part of students, and of course, maybe implication on the parts of these institutions?
Well, I think we are on air.
Yeah.
There are things I should not say, but normally, personally, I don't think JAM actually know what they are doing.
No, you may not have to say that.
Okay, sorry. Let me use a better language. I don't.
We're only just analyzing the situation.
JAM is not doing the right thing.
You are a stakeholder. You prepare candidates for the examination.
Okay, maybe I'm not using the right word. Okay, JAM is not doing things at the right time. The question is, if you are saying that admission should be reversed, the question is, who gave them admission letter? School does not give admission letter. Universities do not give admission letter. Admission letters are given by JAM. So if you are saying that schools admitted students who did not meet up with the cutoff mark, that admission went through you, you are approved, and you give admission letter. Now coming back to reverse such admission, how does it sound? How does it sound? So the thing is this: whatever they want to do, this admission has been completed. So all they need to do is, by next JAM, they should sit up. I mean, by next admission year, they should sit up and scrutinize the system.
Exactly.
Sincerely, the system is not fair. Like I said earlier, the essence of cutoff, one, is to maintain standard. Two, for fairness. If those who did not meet up with the cutoff mark are now given admission, The question is there fairness there? The answer is no. If I score 70 over 100, I was not giving medicine. Someone scored 60 or 55, it was giving medicine. Is there fairness there? The answer is no. Are we maintaining standard? The answer is no. At the end of the day, some of these students will start giving lecturers problem. Yeah. Medicine ought to be a course for intelligent students, scholars. By the time you start admitting someone who scored 50 against someone who scored 90, how do you expect that person to cope? So, the truth is, JAMB should sit up and monitor the admission system.
Okay. Now, Loveday Ogu, now, because the dynamics of the admission process, you know, it keeps on changing and all that. Now, I remember those days when we went to the university, JAMB would send you an admission letter posted to you and all that. Yeah. But this time, you have candidates going to some form of cyber cafe to print, you know, admission letters themselves. At times, I don't want to say whether those platforms actually, the point is that what schools want to see, well, I know that for universities, at the end of the day, they will actually verify whether those admission letters are actually from JAMB. But help us make sense of what you think, you know, I don't want to use the word what JAMB has reduced to. I don't want to use that. I mean, that would be a little bit derogatory. But this development, should it continue? A situation whereby candidates print out a result themselves, you know, candidates pay to even print out those results themselves. An examination that they enrolled for, that they paid for, and they enrolled for. At the end of the day, these same candidates will pay to print out those results slips and admission letters. Loveday Ogu.
All right. In terms of the change, naturally, one thing that is constant is change. And if you look at it, we're in the digital world now, where you can actually get any information online. These admission letters which students print out from CBT centers and, you know, cyber cafes, the institution also has a copy, and there's a dedicated line, you know, website where they can get it authenticated. One, it helps ease the stress of time and so many other bureaucracies that happen, you know, previously when JAMB will need to send it. But I think where the clause is the fact that students now have to pay, which becomes an additional burden on the parents and on the students themselves. And even CBT centers owners take advantage. Exactly. Students of candidates and students too. If students have paid and registered for JAMB, the cost of that, you know, registration itself should be included in that printout.
I mean, it is the examination. I mean, it means that I have paid for everything, the printing of the result, the certificates, and all that.
So JAMB as a body, for me, should not be seen returning money, being a means of, you know, generating money for the government, because education is a vital, core, essential for every development of a nation. Rather, the payment that has been made for those forms, JAMB should take responsibility. All of those funds will be returning back to federal government to pay for all of these things. Any child who has written an exam can walk into a CBT center, print his or her result without necessarily paying, knowing full well that that cost has already been undertaken by JAMB. However, it's a good development that students can easily print their results, even from the comfort of their home. Are you getting it? But then the cost implication is what I'm averse to.
All right. Now, Andrew, you want to say something?
The truth is, he said that JAMB, that children cannot print their results from the content. That is not even true. JAMB has made the system too complex. The only thing JAMB has done that I will give them kudos for is the fact that they've been able to reduce malpractice drastically. In fact, they reduced malpractice drastically. But they've made the system too complex. For instance, for you to print your JAMB admission letter, you must go to the CBT center.
Designated CBT center.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, if it is done in a way that you can print from the comfort of your home, it will be cheaper. The truth is, to print JAMB admission letter is actually 2,500. But in some cases, CBT center charges, some CBT center charge as much as 5,000, 6,000, 7,000.
I think it's even 1,020 naira. It's
Some-
1,020
I
naira.
think what yes, what some
1,020 naira.
God bless you. But some symptoms are charged as much as 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. But if that thing can be printed from the comfort of your home, you spend less. Again, the registration process is another problem again. The registration process is another problem.
The JAMB registration process
is another problem. Now, it's very simple.
Is that what you are experiencing right now for this year's
for the past 7 years, for the past 10 years? Now, it's a very simple thing. You said for a student to register for JAMB, you need NIN, which has all your detail. Your passport is there, your name, local government, everything is there. Now, why the stress of going to capture this, that? Because during JAMB registration, you will see crowd. You will see some, in fact, some even, I think 2 years ago, some collapse, and they were rushed to the hospital. The struggle to register. Very simple. Just tell them, go to you with your phone, type your NIN, log into to this site, put your NIN, your details will show. Synchronize NIN with with JAMB.
Yeah.
You have registered.
Yeah.
Why this going to snap new passport, thumb printing? NIN has thumb printing. NIN has fingerprints.
All the information.
Everything is there. Very simple. Walk into any CB center or walk into any computer center or with your phone. Type in your NIN, your details will show. You have registered for JAMB. Make your payment online.
All right, now, Lovely Ogu, I'm happy that you guys are stakeholders. I mean, Gorilla Brains and, of course, Burning Point, you know, I mean, two bodies in those states preparing candidates for this examination. But how are you guys engaging this body? I mean, the joint admissions body, let's look at it. Let's take it beyond Edo State now. How stakeholders, how do you prepare to engage JAMB in all these problems that we're talking about?
Okay, every year JAMB has stakeholders meeting where they talk to stakeholders about development, challenges, and what have you. And I think some of these suggestions have been a result of that meeting. And I also believe that with time, more of these changes could come. But you know, the typical Nigerian setting, you can only talk. It's the buck gets, the decision lies at the desk of the admin officer or whoever is in charge, the JAMB registrar. Some of these suggestions have their advantages, their pros and their cons. For me personally, I want to say that JAMB still has a lot of improvements to do or to carry out. We can only hope that they listen to us. Some of these suggestions have been passed to them. In fact, I remember the last time my director had to write personally on ways to curb examination malpractice. Most of these strategies they are coming up with actually is to help curb examination malpractice. If you ask them, they will tell you, because students, because of the tech, has become a whole lot more smarter with so many dubious ways and attributes. So JAMB tries to curb, but even at that, it should not be at the expense of the comfort of the students and the parents. That is why I was against the charging, but the development itself in which you can go print your result is a welcome development.
Okay. Now, Andrew, let us talk about, because just about last week, we understand that the federal government has given the charge to examination bodies, and of course that also includes JAMB, on how to see that they enhance curbing examination malpractice. Now, one of the ways is to develop more on serialization of is it questions now or the answers to questions in examination, that they should enhance on it. But we've seen that that has given, some problems. I mean, last WAEC that was written, WAEC had an issue with that. I mean, a situation whereby a particular model of answer was used to as a marking scheme for other questions, particularly in the English language. So let's talk on this, because this serialization that examination bodies, JAMB and WAEC seems to have adopted as one sure way to curb examination malpractice in the country. Don't you think it's going to give more problems, than expected?
The truth is, they are not ready to solve the problem.
Really?
Yes.
You mean the serialization of questions?
See, if you want to solve,
but a while ago you just said that.
If you want to stop, see, if you want to stop examination malpractice, just call those who understand the system. They will tell you what to do. If you ask me to stop examination malpractice in just 2 weeks, I'll stop it.
How?
Very simple. Very simple. For JAMB, no more uploading of passports. No more biometrics. Take your NIN. Walk to any JAMB center. Type in your NIN number. Your detail will show. Link it with JAMB. You have registered. In that case, nobody can. There are something I cannot say here.
Nobody can. You cannot.
Nobody can manipulate. Nobody can. You cannot impersonate. We're in the system. For why? It's very simple. To stop is very simple. But the problem is, the government schools, are they up to standard? Do they teach these children to write this exam on their own? But if we start this way, very simple. The whole of Ugbowo, all of Ovia, you have University of Benin, you have Benin University. Simple. Make University of Benin your exam centers. The way they write JAMB. Take everybody. University of Benin is so big, I can accommodate almost everybody in Ovia writing WAEC. Pick Benin University, pick University of Benin, of Edo Central, pick Auchi, I don't know, pick Auchi, pick Yamo, Edo Central, pick Ekuma, pick one big school there. Make them your exam centers. Don't write in your school. Take everybody there. Each school we have the classroom, or mix them up self. You will discover that. Then don't allow their school teachers. Use lecturers, professors as your supervisors. Sometimes ago, I told one of these white person this, and he said, can we pay them? Make professors, make lecturers your supervisors. You will see that this malpractice will stop, or it will reduce drastically.
So the use of CBT centers is not helping?
Yes, it's helping too. Or make your objective CBT. Make your theory paper and pencil. Or writing your theory paper and pencil. Yes.
I mean, the objective exam.
Your objective exam, take them to CBT with proper security. Then use the objective to judge the theory. A child cannot score 10 over 100 or over 50 in objective and be scoring 70 over 100 in theory. With that, you know that there's something wrong somewhere.
You mean, can you repeat that again? You said a child cannot...
Now, if your objective is CBT, you're using CBT center, and let's say objective is over 50, a child will not score 10 over 50 in objective. Then in theory, you are not scoring 70 over 100.
So does it mean that child was probably assisted?
Yes.
Really?
Objective is a bit easier. How can you score 50 over, 10
in
over
objective.
50 in objective and score 70 over 100 in theory? There's something wrong somewhere.
All right, so let us quickly take a short
break.
break.
The problem is,
we have to take this short break now because the topic is getting heated. The program is still this morning on ITV on independent television, and we are discussing the new developments whereby JAMB has given directive to universities to redirect irregular admissions. Back a situation whereby it's a student that was admitted for a course, he did not meet up to that cutoff for that course, then he should be taken back and reversed to what he has to get from the school. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you so much. The program is still on your television this morning on ITV, and the last couple of minutes we've been looking at the new developments coming from the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, directing universities to reverse irregular admissions. I mean, that has to do with the 2025-2026 admission process that has been completed in schools, in tertiary institutions in the country. And Loveday Ogu is our guest, and also Andrew Adaisi. I hope I got that correctly now.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so Loveday Ogu, let us begin to look at ways that we can, you know, talk against what this whole problem is going to generate, because there's a particular point in case, you know, it happened at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I don't know whether you've been privileged to see that.
Yeah.
It's on the social media,
Yeah.
Whereby a particular student was admitted into a program and he did not score up to the cutoff. That was what, you know, ignited what is going on, that JAMB giving the directive now that, hey, universities ensure that students are admitted into what they are supposed to study. Now, the question is, JAMB itself, the idea of JAMB admitting, because that was why I asked the question a while ago, that who actually admits for who? Is it the universities that admits for JAMB, or JAMB that admits for the universities? Now, the reason why I'm asking this question is that there are allegations and indications that at times JAMB even admits. JAMB has its own list and sends those lists to universities. It is an allegation. I don't know how truthful that is.
Yeah.
I wanted to speak on this, you know, issue.
Okay. Firstly, with the case in question you mentioned, talking about the UNN case,
Yeah.
JAMB actually came up to say that for the student, the said student in question, that even after their findings, it was discovered that there were other students who were ranked higher than the students.
Yeah.
But then that also opened up, you know, the opportunity for them to look into other cases, you know, necessitating this new development. Now, back to the question. I think there's a whole lot that is unsaid in this whole procedures. For us to be able to talk about admission process as it were, we need to understand the nitty-gritty and intricacies that happen during the admission process. It's not just as easy as it's been said, because if you look at it, those who are highly placed also have their list. They have their list, which they will send, you know, to the institutions to honor. Are you getting it? Now, outside of the catchment area and the less developed, you know, status in that is given, I think what JAMB is actually stressing, they are not eradicating those aspects, but they are saying for those admitted based on merit, because each of these, you know, quota have their different names. If you are admitted under merit, the merit it should be the best hands that should be under the merit list, and of course merit list should be more. For instance, if you are looking at 100% and we say, okay, merit list should be 60 or 70, that's fair enough. But a scenario where you have merit list to be 20 or 30, and then you have educationally less developed and of course catchment taking the higher, you know, quota, that's wrong. But you cannot eradicate all of this, because these persons would always suggest and bring in this input. So I think we should look at the educational body, you know, the Ministry of Education should begin to ask the questions. What's the way forward? What do we actually want? Do we want to maintain status quo and expect something different? Or we should take a, you know, radical approach entirely and then ensure that it's only standard and fairness that gets it. This educationally less developed, this catchment area or list from notable individuals should be discarded. And then I think that would pave way for better educational quality in Nigeria.
Now, Andrew, I'm going to take off again from the one that has to do with notes from notable individuals. And obviously, we really cannot deny that. I mean, we've heard allegations whereby even members of the National Assembly do have inputs in admission process into universities in the country. And of course, members of state houses of assembly do have inputs. You know, you hear, I don't want to mention this, but you hear XYZ list, BYZ list and all that. Now, at the end of the day, the universities honor this list and admissions are given. And even at times, the lists are even sent to JAMB, you know, to too. The JAMB will now redirect those lists to the universities. So with all of these developments, now the directive now to universities that reverse irregular admission, you know, will it work when we have high-placed individuals, you know, that have given out admission and all that? Do you think JAMB really, JAMB can really enforce this?
It will not work.
It will not work.
First of all, I said this before. I said the essence of cutoff mark is to maintain standard, is to maintain fairness. The question is, if you are maintaining standard, you are maintaining fairness, you're now bringing in catchment area, you are bringing in education less developed area. The question is, what will happen to the other side? Now, if the cutoff mark for medicine is 80, someone from Edo State must score 80. Someone from the north should score 60 or 70. Then someone from Delta or from Edo scored 70. You are giving to someone from the north who scored 60. Then, and someone from Edo who has somebody in the school scored 75, cutoff is 80, and they should not have the person.
But I think the catchment area, they give more room for catchment area compared to less privileged.
No, okay, let me tell you something. Do you know that about 6 years ago, see what some person were doing? Those from these other parts, during JAMB restriction, we now change their low government of origin to north.
Oh, that was what you did?
Well, no, I'm not. I got my merit. No. I mean, some.
Okay.
We've been in the business for a very long time.
I know. That's what I'm asking. Is that what you are doing?
No. It's not even working. It's no longer working.
Okay.
Because from your NI, you now have your
local government of origin. Yeah.
But that was what some were doing then.
When N was not being used.
Yes, exactly. Because when I was in school then, I had a friend in my compound. The guy was in medicine. I asked him, "What did you score?" He said, that should be about 15 years ago. He said, 60.
60?
Yes. And I had a friend who scored 70. It was not given. And he scored 60. And I asked him, how? He said, I am from Sokoto. Meaning that someone from Sokoto who scored 60 was given medicine. Someone from Edo who scored 70 was not given.
Yeah, but don't you think that's also done to encourage less privileged locations and all that?
But see, it encourages laziness.
I think I may differ from if I could interject, because the truth is this: if you look at the terrain of Nigeria and take cognizance of the north, most of them do not want to go to school. Are you getting it? And it takes an exposure to education for you to be able to integrate well with education. And I think what the federal government is trying to do is encourage some of their indigents who would then go to school and then be the vanguard to motivate others to go to school. But that's why I said that the issue of merit should take a higher quota. If, for instance, merit is 60 or 70%, we can make do with the other 30% for catchment area and educationally less developed
But
area.
we also need to remember something, because this merit list we are talking about now, there's a whole lot, that goes on with admission. In the first place, okay, let's take, for example, UNIBEN. UNIBEN may have space for 80 students to come and read medicine. And of course, it is expected not to admit more than 80 students because of the space available and all that. I mean, medicine being a very sensitive, course and all that. Now, what about when you now have students that made more than 80? What would
then
you
do?
Step
up the cutoff mark.
Yeah.
Now, if okay, assuming you have to admit 80 into medicine, and 100 scored 80 and above, what do? You step it up. You step it up.
All right, now let us look at something that we also need to talk about now. A while ago, we talked about you know, how stakeholders, we're going to use that to quickly wrap up now, how stakeholders can contribute to ensure that some of these things we're talking about, you guys, you prepared candidates, I said that a while ago. Now, what is your role ensuring that all these things we're talking about now, examination malpractice, you know, becomes a thing of the past? Because the Federal Ministry of Education is really trying to work on this. I mean, the issue of examination, I know you have what to say, but I also would love the Ogun, quickly.
Firstly, I think there has to be a paradigm shift in terms of education. In fact, it should be an emergency. One of the reasons why we're even having issues with all of this cut-off mark being raised and all of that is because we don't have enough schools and institutions to accommodate the students. If you check in secondary school, those days you used to have, you know, these issues, especially if you want to go to government schools. But with the advent of so many private schools now, you just take your child from, you know, the primary school and you go to the next secondary school, private secondary school, and the child is admitted. So government should create the fora where both international bodies, individuals, and they themselves would spring up and bring up a whole lot of institutions, quality institutions, not just, you know, approving universities that do not meet up to standard, but they should give education a facelift. If you have enough tertiary institutions that will accommodate students, this issue of students having to struggle, because it's painful. I've seen a first-hand situation where a student had 74 bright students, intelligent, wanting to study medicine.
That's as aggregates.
As aggregates.
79.9.
But was given fishery.
Chemistry.
Yeah, that's what Jambi tends
was given fishery.
Yeah, that's what Jambi's talking
and
about.
it demoralized the, you know, the quest of that student. The student had to go back again, study again, in order to be able to, you know, break even. And that's where we come in, to try to give our students the competitive advantage. But even if we are giving our students the competitive advantage, how many students can we give that competitive advantage?
Now, what do you mean by competitive advantage now?
Good. Now, students who go through us haven't gone through the retinue of serious hard work. A lot of them can confidently attempt to answer questions without having, you know, with less failure rate.
Yeah.
A student can attempt questions who have gone through our tutelage and probably score 98, 97. We've seen it. Meanwhile, those who didn't get that could get 80. Does it mean that those students are dull? No. Are you getting it? But they did not have the opportunities that the ones who came to us had. But then the basic thing, the point I'm trying to make here is this: we should give a fair playing ground to every student, every Nigerian student. Even if your grade is 70, even if your grade is 60, you still deserve the right to go to a university. Yeah. Are you getting it? Because at the end of the day, for those who have means, the students we even call average, when they go abroad, they begin to outsmart even those who are there. So are you not saying that those students, you know, their futures, they should give up on their future? No.
Okay. All right. So, Andrew, yes, quickly. Yeah. So, how do we...
First of all, I think federal government should declare state of emergency in education.
Okay.
The system is dying drastically. Now, as a proprietor, we call for applications every year. Now, sometimes when you see the product of people, university churner these days, you will cry.
As teachers?
As teachers, not as teachers, as students. See, when you see supposed graduates, we engage them. Teachers produce, give them marker to teach what they've studied. You see them fumbling on the board. Now, government should first of all declare state of emergency in education. One, they should go back to look at the recruitment process of teachers.
Okay.
You don't expect you don't expect to beat a child. You don't beat a child and expect them not to cry. Most of these malpractice cases that you see are result of poor teaching. In some secondary school, no teachers. I've seen a case where a child from SS1 to SS3 was not taught physics. I asked her why. He said, in my school, we don't have physics teacher.
All right.
So some of these schools, first, federal government should work on the primary school, should work on the secondary school, should encourage teachers. The truth is, the best brains are no longer into teaching. In those days, if you told someone that you are a teacher, there was this this, you know. But these days, the best brains are not running away from teaching.
All right, so we bet.
So teachers should be encouraged.
All right.
Should be well paid. Schools should be restructured. Facilities, you know,
all right.
Make secondary school attractive.
All right, thank you so much. We have to join Abuja now, where my colleague there is going to be looking at reducing road crashes, applying safety systems approach. And I want to say a very big thank you to Loveday Ogu and also Oyaisi Andrew for coming on the program this morning. All right, so let's see how it goes. I mean, the directive from JAMB to universities, let's see how it works out. And that's just it.
Thank you so much, Evans, right there, talking about looking at the challenges students are facing in a bid to gain admission into university. And that will also take us away from that to other major issues affecting the country. Not forgetting that yesterday on TMI, we discussed extensively on the spate of kidnapping and other issues happening across the country when it comes to insecurity. Today, we also have some major story that has to do with the increase in allocation budgetary for security in this country. In the 2026 budget, 525 billion has been budgeted for security. And also not forgetting there are other aspects of security that also are being planned for, taking the budget to a whole new level. But despite that, there's an increase in the spate of kidnapping and also killings across the country. Joining me this morning is a public affairs analyst talking about no other person than Ben Agunloye. We'll be explaining the recent increase in budgetary allocation for security and also the attendant increase in the spate of kidnapping and killing across the country. A wonderful morning to you, Mr. Ben.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning and also taking a look at what is really happening. There has been an attendant increase in budgetary allocation for security in the country. And also there has been an increase in the spate of kidnapping and killing across the country. Just opposing the two, what do you think is responsible for this?
Behind the headed monster, and therefore the responsible government will want to look for means of curtailing the speed. Therefore, the budget increase will not be surprising because there is a need to look at bringing in more boots on ground. There is a need to also bring in more equipment. There is a need to put more into training and, of course, into logistics of moving these officers and men around. Of course, it's also going to look at from the technology support angle. There is also a need for genuine practical investment. However, this increase also has its own way of bringing other ripple effects, which by the time we will be looking at it, number one, there are those who feel, oh, there are money, and so if everywhere becomes calm, there might not be places for operations and for funding. So we have those who are benefiting from the responses to the insecurity, who may necessarily want it to continue to be so that their own line of earning can continue to exist. Now that's on one part. There is the other issue of what is the root cause. People are struggling with poverty and with the economic needs. The practical reality will be at the moment that those who out of poverty have gone into kidnapping and banditry. Settling them becomes a very big issue. You know why? What they are earning from kidnapping and banditry is not the kind of salary that anybody can pay them. Some of them do not even have the required skill to be employed. And so, what empowerment want to give to somebody who is already living large, when perhaps the salary you can promise or that his level of skill can acquire, the kind of salary, level of skill you attract in a year is less than what he's currently earning or spending in a week. Now that basically puts us in the challenge of this kind of fellow will not be willing to repent, because repentance will mean suffering or renewing their suffering. And so it means that right now, those talking about let's address the weak, let's go and address poverty, we may not get results, because whatever you put into empowerment and the rest, you will also end up in the wrong hand and may not be appreciated. The fact is also there across the Central and West Africa that there seems to be more money and more resources flowing in Nigeria. And so the average Christian feels that if they are able to enter into this space, then they are able to carry out their nefarious activities, make some money, and possibly move out. Now, it tells us, therefore, that we need to do more on the porosity of our brothers. Now, a lot of the arms in the arm and of the criminal enemy are coming in through the border post because the borders are porous. Now, some will come and tell you, okay, technology, even if you deploy drones to monitor the border, for instance, which of course is not cheap, you still need humans to respond to some of the activities. When you know, okay, people are crossing in people are crossing in night, people are crossing in I'm saying people are crossing. When these things are detected, we have, if one that we are deployed, can it adequately take care of those places? Now, if you also do not have men on boots on the ground in those places, the chances are that you decide to say, okay, let's destroy them with unmanned aerial vehicles. What you eventually do with the aerial vehicles, the unmanned unity, is that you are likely going to have to kill people, which you will likely call liars. We have created, or we have had that gap in monitoring our borders, in running the internal system, in intelligence gathering. Yes, we keep shouting, if you see something, say something. But ask every time that you take them. There are places we have said, if you see something, say something. But when you see something, how do you see something? Who do you see something to?
Okay, Mr. Ben, let me hold your thoughts a little bit. Let me just take our minds back to what the implication of this will mean for the country. Because the 525 billion naira we talked about is what the governors will be investing. But the main budget itself for 2026 is 5.41 trillion naira budgeted by federal government. This is a decline in the amount compared to what we had in 2025. When 2025, the budget was 6.57 trillion naira from the federal government. But let me look at this increase by the state government in spending on security areas. But we know that there has always been security votes for the government, which in the past has not really been put into judicious use. But with the attendant increase in security in some part of the southeast, some part of the southwest, not even talking about the northeast and the northeast and the other parts of the north. Do you think it also behoves on the government, on the state governors, that it's not just about throwing money. They must also devise a better means of tackling insecurity in their state.
Yes, there is no doubt about the fact that we need to evolve new strategy. We need to bring on the security architecture. Yes, in some states, state governors are investing in security. They are getting more operational vehicles and funding to the federal forces. That is, you see, I think we are giving an helicopter that is still going to the airport. You see Lagos, Niger, I think Abia buying vehicles. You see some other states doing things. What there has to be that coordination. There has to be better intelligence gathering at all levels. Yes, we know in some states they have the hunters and crew, they have the vigilante crew, which the state government has tried to fund in a way so that they can help coordinate the reporting. But like we said, we need to do that in a coordinated manner across board. It shouldn't be, if Kogi is doing well and Ondo and Edo, and if it is not doing well, Kogi will still have problems because they are going to cross-border issues. And so it has to be that we have better coordination. We have better boots on ground. Now, like the president at some point said about armed forest guards, 7,000 is retreat for 7 states.
Yeah.
I asked the question at that training that why would a state like Katsina and Zamfara not be included in that fourth state? Because this is 2 states with contiguous forests where we know that banditry has tried for the last 9 years. Here we know that successive governors have made attempts to maybe pacify the bandits or relate with them. And it has become obvious that those efforts had not worked. And when you come to yes, people have talked about non-kinetic approach.
Yeah.
Okay, it shouldn't just be only the leather. The truth, however, is that for you to be effective in non-kinetic approach, take it back to the school corporate punishment system. The student knows that, look, this teacher has the power to fail them, to send them out of school, right, to suspend them, but then the same teacher is now saying, look, we won't suspend you, we won't fail you, we won't even flog you, but we want you to change, right? And that approach, the student can see the power and the ability of the teachers to deal with them. So following the path of change becomes very easy. But in a situation where you don't even know the bandits, where the bandits are, they come for your peace meeting on their own terms, not on your terms. And then you are saying non-kinetic. When they come, they look around. Yes, they take whatever you give them. But like I said, somebody who is spending 5 million naira in a week or a month, you are giving him a job that will give him 1.5 million naira in a year. There is no way that he will do that job for long if he knows the status for him to go back. The government spaces are still there for him to go back into banditry. He will just use whatever money you are given to him to buy food and ammunition and logistics and go back into the forest and continue. So that need is there to ensure that the forest is physically manned. At the moment we need physical manning. If we deploy money into vehicles, we are not the ones producing the unmanned area vehicles. Unmanned area vehicles are not cheap. Right?
Yeah.
They are not cheap.
Yeah.
So for each one you do, it's so much money. And there are still so many people on the street who are not employed. So even if you use USBs and you lose them, there are more, the recruitment rate of bandits is very high because there are people on the street who have no job, right? And because we are spending so much on UAPs and on the admissions and the rest, and we're not doing the right recruitment, we're not getting people on the job, we're not putting food on the table. The food there is no food security, there is no social security. You discover that the recruitment channel for banditry and criminality will go on the high.
Okay.
Before now, when you talk about kidnapping, it used to be a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
But now, kidnapping seems no longer strange because more people out of job can look at it, okay, even if I need a new business, I need capital. And some can be as cruel and as unreasonable as to consider kidnapping as a route to follow to make immediate capital to go and do their business. Okay. So now you hear less of armed robbery, but you hear more of kidnapping.
Okay. Mr. Ben, we know that at a point in time late last year, we had increase in kidnapping before the appointment of the new Minister of Defense and a lot of things, and things went down a little bit. Now it's on the rise again. There's an increase in the spirit of killings and kidnapping across the country. What do you think could also be responsible for this sudden surge in this?
Yeah, usually when there is a new sheriff in town, you expect that there will always be a reaction from the other side.
Yeah.
One of the reactions on the other side is always to retreat, right?
Yeah.
Now, we are retreating to look at will things change? Will there be more men? Will there be a new policy? Will there be a new architecture? Will there be a new framework? And by the time they check and they study, then they also can respond tactically by coming out again. And then we need to know that we are in a year preceding the general election. But the primaries and a lot of things are going to happen this year. So you expect that people who are opposed to those in power or to those holding position will also get involved in maybe not directly sponsoring insecurity, but in promoting, ensuring that any insecurity news is given the maximum coverage to make it appear that the government of the day and those in office aren't doing anything or that they are not doing enough. And then that becomes like a basis why they should be voted out and they won't be voted in. Hoping that when they get there, it's not that they are sure that when they get there they will do better, but it's that they saw it as an opportunity to leverage upon to get the. You expect that there will be a whole lot of blackmail. You expect that there will be a whole lot of wrong things being celebrated by the direct and indirect opposition. And so with that in place, some of the things we are saying are not straight.
Okay.
The military,
yeah.
They are increased in number with the new deployment, with the new appointment, with the new promotion. We expect to see a new strategy between now and March that should put some things in place. And don't forget, this is the dry season. In my opinion, it is the best time for the military to take coverage because some of the forests are used, some of the rivers are dry. So policing and advancing across the lands of Nigeria is much more easier at the moment. By the time we are getting close to June and the rain is coming back, some of the terrain become not unnavigable and the forest decays and a lot of other things will begin to happen. So I expect strongly that over the next 30-45 days that the military would have advanced better and there would have been more area clearance and perhaps we would have better boots on ground to ensure that wherever it's cleared, remains clear and does not become an habitation for bandits again. Once we can reduce the ungoverned spaces in the bush, and then we can doing more on the street becomes easier for the police. Once they cannot find a proper place to isolate, then it becomes easy to fight the war of attrition and put a stop to the activity of these non-state actors that are breaking down.
Okay. Now, but let's talk about this. I know the current Minister of Defense said something long time ago about fencing our border. We know what Donald Trump is also trying to do in America, between America and Mexico, talking about fencing. And we know how expensive that can be. Do you think fencing our borders across the areas where we have witnessed so many insurgency could also be the final solution to this insecurity issue?
It may not be the final solution, but if that can be done, it's going to reduce the exposure. Now, that reduces the exposure to between 70 and 90%, reduces our exposure to illegal arms and illegal movement of people. Like we said, the number of the criminals came in from countries other than Nigeria. Yes, something the border is expensive, but it's not something that has not been done in other places. I think between Pakistan and their neighbors, they have some form of fencing.
Okay.
Between India and I think China, they are all Pakistani border also. You've got some form of fencing. Our borders are large, but we've got to start from somewhere. We've got to look at where are we the most exposed. Because when you expend money also in UAP compared to what we need to build physical border, I'm sure that some of these equipment are in millions of dollars. If you put down $1 million to do fencing in Nigeria, where you have cement, where you have granite, I don't think, I'm sure that the impact that $1 million will likely give you may be more than what you will get as traction to buying something unmanned area equipment. Like we're saying, you need your unmanned area equipment, no doubt, but if we can do the physical border, it is possible to, that reduces the exposure. And when you reduce the exposure, you have made the source of the legal arms, you have made the source of the legal commanders. A number of the commanders are possibly not trained here, and then you can control their movement. So for me, it's a very good idea if it can be done, and it will be long-lasting. Some have talked about people bridging the fence. Yes, when somebody bridging the fence requires extra effort compared to you just running through a porous border. And you have to think about what you need to blow the fence, what you need to climb the fence. And it's not like you can bring down the entire fence at a time. So if you break the fence to enter, you can also, it's like a rat that has a hole that enters the house from the outside. You can always put a trap by the hole. You can always put a wash by the hole. And that means that when it enters illegally, you are able to control them. So it's a good idea, and I hope that more voices can come to ensure that that is done. But remember that there are people who are into smuggling, who possibly don't even get involved with insecurity. Maybe they smuggle rice and tomato out of the country. Maybe they smuggle some other items, clothes and the rest into the country. All such people are going to, of course, be affected, and some smuggle cars and other things. They will all be affected if the border force is built. So you therefore expect that there will be a lot of opposition, both rational and irrational, to controlling the border. But if indeed we can do that, it will improve the ambient and will reduce the level of insurgency that is being experienced.
Okay, now before I let you go, my last question before I let you go. 2 decades ago, Nobody was talking about insecurity in Nigeria. Now, looking at 2026, the level of insecurity is unprecedented. With so much investment by government in tackling it. When you look at the investment in the military hardware, software, and so many things to tackle insecurity. Do you foresee a situation where we can return back to what it used to be 2-3 decades ago?
Yeah, you see, 3 decades ago or thereabouts, yes, insecurity wasn't so much of our concern. But of course, somewhere back to like 1990, 1991, I think from 88 to 90, we had this era when the Babangida administration said our army was too large. And then we embarked on what we call quarterly demobilization. And a lot of officers under the age of 50 had to be retired because we felt there were no more war. We needed to have a manageable size of army, and then we prune it down continually. So that over the same period also, we have had the NSU migrated into the SSS, the NIA, and the GIA. And at that time also, the level of intelligence gathering was top-notch and was very, very high. But I think, and when you look at this generation, the employment were not as lopsided as it became from 1999 to recent times. Here, of course, you now need to know a senator, a governor, or a director before you could be employed or before you could be put on those jobs. So what you would therefore see is that even though we have recruited, we can't get back to the standard of operation that we had at the time. Because the new generation did not have the mindset, the new generation did not have the requisite training, the new generation didn't need the kind of effective coordination that was existing at the time. You know, we would always say, I grew up to know that when you say security job, intelligence gathering, you call it means you are not sure the person you send will come back. So you send other people's children. But in today's 40, you have the children of the high and mighty. You have the children of the direct. So it means that you can also no longer send some of the staff on some of those operations you consider dangerous because you don't want to lose your own child. You don't want to lose someone who is related to you. Then you look at the direct military forces and the police also. More of the field commanders today, or people who go to the field, the number of them are connected, so they can afford to clean out. Because you say, again, there is what you call the crown prince, Aremo.
Yeah.
The Obama say Aremo is that is, you don't make the crown prince a field commander. So if all your officers are majorly crown princes here and there, how do you get the right person to go out there and be a field commander? If a crown prince does not want to die in battle, he wants to get on the throne. So somebody who already has his eye on the money, right?
Yeah.
Even when he say come and go to the field, if he asks you that he wants to go, he is still going because there is money in that operation.
Yeah.
Not because he thinks that he wants some. We're not saying all. Some are going to those operational fields because of the money, right?
Yeah.
They will not be asked to account for after the operation. Not because they think they have the desire to ensure that they are taking the party to the enemy and they are going there to win. So a lot has gone down comparing us where we were then to where we are now. But the truth also is that we can build up from where we are now and in the next few years become as strong, if not stronger, than where we are coming from. Because today you also have technology, we have global information system, and a lot of support that were not there in those days to help the new generation.
I must say big thank you to you, Mr. Ben Aguilar, for joining us this morning. and also taking a look at the insecurity issues and also finding a lasting solution to it. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and so much right here on insecurity and the increase, rising security budget and attendant increase in killings and kidnapping right here. And now we're moving over to our Lagos Network studio, where the conversation continues.
Many thanks to Lulokme. I mean, insecurity has been a major problem in the country, and we're hoping and praying for a lasting solution. Thank you all our viewers for staying with us on this morning on ITV. We're still on TMI, and I am Marcelina Unko, and of course, I'm not hankering to this TMI alone. Wilson Omasha is here with me.
Yeah, see, lots and lots of talk about the security situation in Nigeria. I believe that maybe, just maybe, with help here and there, we'll be able to overcome all this, because really it's getting seriously serious, and it's so disturbing and disheartening. Yeah.
Yeah, we hope we get over it one day, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. But basically, from our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning, our guest that will be helping us analyze today's topic is Barrister Jide Ologun. He is a legal practitioner and also a political analyst. Hello, good morning, Barrister Jide.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Same here. Thank you so much for coming.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Our topic this beautiful morning that we would be talking about discussing on this table today is awarding of road contracts in Nigeria, Umai's warning, and the fight for accountability. We all know that road construction remains a major test of governance in Nigeria, despite huge investments, delays, abandoned projects, and poor quality roads persist. Now, the Minister of Works, David Umahi, has issued stern warnings to contractors and officials, insisting on strict deadlines, quality delivery, and accountability. Today, we examine the execution of road constructions in Nigeria, the impact of Umai's warning, and whether this hard stance can finally fix a long-standing problem. Wilson.
Yeah, because contracts have been awarded in Nigeria, the turns, the twists, the shady deals and all that. But the first question is this, Barrister. It's Nigeria as a nation taking a new turn with this particular stand by David Umahi. For the very first time in a long time, you're going to see the Minister of Works going around making sure that things are done decently, are in order. Are we getting it right when you talk about road construction across the country?
Thank you very much. You know, I must commend Honorable Dave Umahi, you know, knowing that he's an engineer and he got that assignment because of his performance in his state. You know, that the roads constructed in his state. Exactly. Beautiful roads. And I'm emotionally connected to this because I recall when Dangote was expanding the scope of his cement factory in Obajana. We were flown there. That was in 2014. Under the same canopy with the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And Dr. Makoju gave a lecture that stuck to me. Dr. Makoju said that the raw materials for producing cement in Kogi State could not be exhausted in 70 years. Secondly, that it is cheaper to construct roads with concrete than with what Nigeria was using then. And thirdly, that it's cheaper to repair and maintain roads constructed with concrete. But it was years later that I saw that happening. The road Dangote did from Apapa Wharf to Worunshoki, and it was that design. And Honorable Dave Umahi has insisted that should be the template that will be done. And that gives us sustainability, because it's very good to project into the future and have infrastructure that, you know, it's solid in presentation. And if you look at Nigeria, for instance, we are in an environment where we still have articulated vehicles plying the roads and not majorly the rail tracks like in some countries of the world. And recently, particularly this Ikorodu Itoikin Road. I'm also interested in that. There was a time I was in that community and I went through a traumatic journey. And I recall I had to contact Honorable Oji, Uchenna Oji, who is the special advisor to the Minister on Media, great man. And shockingly, prompt intervention was brought until now that a major contract has been awarded. And it's laudable to know that the minister is not just sitting in the air-conditioned office. He has come to site to see what is going on. And he has warned that you cannot delay this project. People are expecting deliverables from the government. And I took a step further to identify the contractor given that job. It's a GELD Construction Limited, I think registered in 2019 or so. And that GELD, G-E-L-D, means Great Engineering Leads Development. So if that company must live up to what the company represents, then why not engage? Even though some of them will come out to say they've not had enough percentage of money. But the point is that you are expected to carry out your assignment with diligence. And on the side of the government also, if there are no consequences, then the contractors will act as they like. So I think we have come to the point where people want to see good results. And this same company is handling part of the Abuja-Lokoja road, which recently has created a lot of embarrassment for the government. And that road is peculiar for insecurity and things like that. And that road has been under reconstruction for God knows how many years now. So I hope that in this tenure of renewed hope, we won't have abandoned projects. So it's not an easy task for him, and he has not been finding it easy. And I must also say remarkably that reconstructions are going on around the country, southeast, north, southwest, everywhere. And we cannot shy away from the need for solid infrastructure to drive our economy and make the social lives of citizens, quite meaningful, so to say.
All right, Barrister Jide, like you said earlier, you cannot be awarded a contract or work and it's not being done. The fact that Dave Umahi has come out to give them serious warning, if you're being given job, it should be done. We don't know why it's been delayed. Okay, at this point, what structural issues contribute to poor contractor performances on let's talk about the major federal roads projects, and how can this be addressed? The fact that Dave Umahi has come out to say it. What if these people do not comply? Do you think there's going to be like a legal action that's going to be taken?
I've said it. I took interest in project management, and one thing I learned is that projects do not fail halfway. Projects fail ab initio. And that is where the contract comes in. What are the terms and conditions of the contract? It should be strict enough to represent the interest of the government in delivering good governance. Just ask a brilliant question. Aesop, a wise man, said, after much is said and done, more is said than done. So if all we do is just to warn, Nigerians are used to warning. And there's another school of thought that, okay, maybe these contractors are, fronting for the untouchables in the country. So even when you warn, you are just being theoretical. Because you must have your boot on the ground. If it has to be done, it must be done. And that is why at a time we were doing a comparison. Now, why is it that you give the Chinese a project in Nigeria and they go at their own pace? And we discovered it's because that is the pace the government want the Chinese to go. The Chinese cannot go at the same pace in the United States of America if they were to be given a contract. They cannot go at that pace in Switzerland, if they will give you a contract there. So it's all about what our system permits. And I think we should come to the point where service delivery is amplified. It's not just in the construction of roads or these contracts. Go to a government office. I'm still saying, and I'm not happy about it. For instance, go and apply for probates. I mean, these are areas that concern lawyers. You will almost abandon your applications there. Right now, some people have been applying for national identity number for God knows how many years. They wake up as early as 5, go to queue there and things like that. So we should be service-oriented, service-oriented and strict about it. The contracts should have stipulated. In fact, there shouldn't have been a need for the warning from the minister. The timeline should have been rolled out. And if you know that there are elements that may tamper with your keeping faith with the timeline, it's a function of communication. And because sometimes you have to renegotiate, particularly in an economy like ours, which is topsy-turvy, and you may want to expand the scope of the contract and everything. Constant communication. Because I heard him also warning the supervising engineer that if you don't do your work very well, you'll be fired. You know, so those are issues. And that's why I commend the fact that he's not just sitting in the office. I mean, when Mr. Babatunde Fashola son was the governor of Lagos State, I mean, he adopted that style. Fashola could come Sunday evening to come and inspect a project given to a contractor and invite that contractor on Monday to his office. How far? So he is not discussing with you theoretically. So now come and lie to him.
Because he has gone there.
Exactly. And I think that is how it should be if we are going to get value for money. Because these contracts are not rolled out in cheap terms. We're talking of billions of naira. And for a country that currently has a total indebtedness burden of about 153 trillion naira, we should be sensible how we spend money.
All right. Well, in course of your analysis, you talked about the duration of the contract. You also mentioned percentage given to contractors. I don't think that these might just be factors in making the contractors not to meet up with the stipulated time. After all, like what you rightly mentioned, the topsy-turvy economy, you just cannot predict it. If you give a contractor a certain percentage of that amount needed to roll out a particular contract, I mean, considering the economy, don't you think that there will be lapses here and there?
You see, what is a contract? Agreement of minds. You cannot force me to enter a contract with you. So if you are giving me a contract and I know that I cannot successfully implement, I can walk away. So if you have subscribed to that contract, you are bound. A young man, I called him, go and sew this dress for me. You must give me the whole money. Why will I give you the whole money? You that you like to disappoint. And I told him, go and pray to God. Go and pray to God that he will give you money to do the work you are doing. I told him, go and pray to God. Because by the grace of God, quite a number of times we don't ask clients to bring money for their jobs. You brief us, we proceed knowing that you will pay. Get the job done. And I think it's even more honorable, particularly in a country like Nigeria, where you may be given an assignment to apply for a certificate of occupancy, and client is asking you to bring it in 6 months, and you know that it may take up to 2 years. So if you have collected money, they will be blasting you every day. You know how much I paid you. So I say, no, keep your money. Let's go and get this job done. Then you pay us. So I think these contractors, GELD, is handling projects. Abuja Lokoja Road, Uma here, Ikotepene, Ikorodu talking, Benin Sapele Wari. They have this. Yes. So it's a matter of diligence. It's a matter of diligence. And like I said, there is what you call mutual agreement. You both consent. You consented to this. So, and in contract, you talk about part performance. you talk about specific performance. So even if you feel that the money given to you cannot drive the expected phase of that project, then you go back. I've done it before. Somebody gave us a job and gave us some amount of money. And when the job was on with corporate affairs, she invited me to her office and started blowing grammar and said, hey, you know how much I paid you? And I brought out the envelope years ago and I dropped it on her table. That it's not about the money. Well, you have to understand how things run here. So if I find myself in a situation that this contract may mess up my corporate name because of the mode of payment, then I go back, hey, you guys take your money, get another person to do it. But have we come to that point in Nigeria? That's the big question. So,
okay, Barrister Jide, let's talk about the federal government. The federal government is prioritizing concrete pavement technology for durability at this point. What are the cost implications and long-term benefits for this strategy?
I've said it, it's cheaper. I was there in Obajana. You know, when I go for such high-profile functions, I'm not just there for the meals, and I go to learn. Dr. Makoju is late, but I will never. Do you know, we even took the pain. When I was the chairman of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Lagos State chapter, we went to Ibeshe cement plant of Dangote. Come and see the resources God has given us in this country. I mean, I told us, we have the resources for producing cement. Dr. Makoju said it could not be exhausted. In 70 years, Nigeria is too blessed to be poor. I had a program like this with an ambassador, former ambassador in Australia. And when we finished, we were discussing off camera. And the man told me that, is it not amazing that a former governor of Kogi State came to Australia? He was the one telling him that, Your Excellency, do you know you have this and this and these resources in your state? He did not know.
They didn't know.
Governor. Now, wow. Nigeria is talking of lithium. Nigeria is talking of californium. Nigeria is talking of monazite. The gold deposit in Zamfara can earn that state about $2 billion annually. You see, what is the interest of Donald Trump in Venezuela? You people have oil, you don't know what to do with it. You see, so I've said it here. Nigeria should be the third richest country in the world if we harness our resources effectively. And taking us back to the legal lane, if you read section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it says that our resources should be harnessed in a way that we have a dynamic and self-reliant economy, that maximum welfare, maximum happiness is provided for Mr. Wilson and all citizens. So now it's and that is project management. It's about how you manage the resources. But what is the result we have in this country today? The oil thieves are getting rich, and the citizens. Now it's been projected, and some of us are resisting it, that about 141 million Nigerians will be in the poverty bracket in 2026. And yet, towards the end of 2025, a man who was a political appointee, sat public space, legal space as Attorney General of the Federation, is arrested and being arraigned to have properties worth about 213 billion naira.
All right.
We need help.
All right. Now, as a legal practitioner, he talked about arrests, and that might just lead to termination of the contract if they do not meet up with the stipulated time. I mean, can he do that? You're taking a look at the contract and, of course, the legal implication of all this, putting the job in perspective.
Like I said, the project fails from beginning. For instance, I advise people, you are bringing in a tenant and you say there is no need for tenancy agreement. because you don't want to pay lawyers. Oh, this my tenant is very gentle. You know, he came with his wife, he has a nice job. Good. So if he moves in, pays you the rent for the first year, and 6 months into that, he loses his job, he becomes angry, he starts abusing you. And so how do you manage that relationship? So it is wise to document that relationship. So in fact, the termination clause should be there. Dispute resolutions, revision of the terms and conditions. That is why it's called a contract. Without it, starting a project is not wise. You see? And that is what we advise. You know, see, in Exodus chapter 3, God had a project in Egypt to destabilize the pride of Pharaoh and establish his own kingdom as the Lord of hosts. And he brought Moses to enter it. He stipulated it. Moses, this is how we move. This is what you will say. This is what I will do. And on the scale of that, Moses went to implement. And he succeeded.
Everything was spelled out.
Exactly. God spelled out everything. And when Moses started acting outside of his contract with God, God bounced him and brought in Joshua. The same thing happened in the Garden of Eden. God had a contract with Adam. That Adam, in this garden, eat anything you like. But this tree, don't move near it. But God brought Eve to Adam in Genesis chapter 2. Maybe because Adam did not ask for a wife. The woman breached the contract that the husband had with God. And God was not sentimental about it.
So,
He said, you know the terms and conditions. So now you got to go out there. And that's why for you men, God stopped bringing women, wives to husbands.
You have to go there and
go and look for your own wife.
So, Barrister Jide, at this point, do you think should Nigeria consider independent monitoring bodies for federal infrastructure projects? I mean, to complement government oversight at this point?
We don't need it. It's multiplicity, not even duplicity. The ministry, you have minister of, or is it for? And you have minister of state. And that's why I commend Honorable Dave Umahi. You know, and I say this respectfully, it's a great thing now that I understand ASU is now finally entering into a sustainable negotiation with the federal government. But there was a time the federal minister said there was no agreement with ASU. 2009 agreement. Why shouldn't the minister know that there was an agreement? So that office is not status. It's for service. It's for service. So they should be on the field. You know, be on the field, not just to sit in. Because recently, I noticed, and it's a road close by here, Obakran Road.
Yeah.
Potholes, traffic, you know, to Agege Kwero.
Sure.
And I went on radio. Mr. Governor, this is Center of Excellence, sir. But I said, you may not know, but some of us are helping to go around and tell you the situation. And do you know that road was fixed in less than 1 week? You see, so sometimes those in the office may not know what is going on.
We need to speak out.
Yes, you know, and that is, and you know, and I have suggested to the governor of Lagos State, you know, my wonderful governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, that declare a state of emergency on potholes.
On potholes?
Yeah, in local roads, grassroots roads. Wow. Then invite the local government chairmen and chairwomen, whoever they are, and give them executive order that any road that falls within the purview of the local government, please, I don't want potholes. Now we know we have the Supreme Court ordered local government autonomy.
Autonomy, yeah.
Has it been implemented? If it has not been implemented, it even makes it easier. The state will just pick the fund of the local government and help them to fix the roads so that citizens can get that feeling of being cared for. You see, and that is governance. Governance, good governance. You know, what makes Dubai, for instance, such a celebrated environment? You see the great roads there, you see the security, you see the lightings, you see the way of life, you know what I mean? So, Nigeria should be far ahead of Dubai.
Well, we have just less than 2 minutes, so in 1 minute, Barrister, what would be your advice to contractors that might just think that is like, you know, the game as usual, delay, go rebid for the contract over and over again to make more money without really executing a particular contract?
I have no advice for them. I only have advice for the person, those issuing the contract, the government. That is your tenure now. If you live with abandoned projects, history will document it for you. So if you perfect your projects, you get the for the contractor. You see, the government is not subject to the contractor. The contractor is subject to the government, and the government is representing the people because sovereignty belongs to the people. I want to see this government not just succeed in office, but excel in office. And the handwritings are clear. So it's up to the government.
Thank you so much, Barrister Jide.
God bless Nigeria.
All right, well, this will call it a wrap on the segment. You've heard Barrister Jide. No advice for the contractors. If you like, you do the right thing. David Umahi may just be on your neck next time. You never can tell. Right now, we'll move over to our Benin Network Center.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, so on behalf of my co-anchors on this program today, this is how we want to end the program this day, you know, on Wednesday. My name is Evan, so we'll get on to same time tomorrow. Bye-bye, and God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Ojode Atwaje, Abẹ́ Tọ́pẹ́. Ayaba Atwaje, Abẹ́ Tọ́pẹ́. Adaye Atwaje, Abẹ́ Tọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with large crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. After, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Ega Mawo, Issa, Ea, Jonuna, over our talk, where was
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I live? You're not over. Yes. You're not over. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici quoi voici
ça m'a topé Sama tope. Isa. Wayagi magpome sama me. Igaro. Wayagi magpome sama me. Igaro. Wabume pwe gbidejo. Igaro. Wabume pwe sama me. Igaro.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's Edion ọwọ́ ètò wá sí náà nà ọ̀tá bẹ́ẹ̀.
iṣẹ́ bàbá.
Kálíbà wà yíyé náà kò pọ̀ náà wí sẹ́. Ó pé dion. Ó pé dion.
Bàbá.
Ẹ̀kọ́ mọ́ àná sẹ́wà. Ewa yàrá lọ nẹ́tẹ̀ dẹ́rù wẹ̀ á sẹ́wà máa bọ̀ máa tó. Àwọn ẹ̀rọ owó ẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀. Èjì òun kì. Ẹ̀ẹ́jọ náà wẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ̀ẹ́jọ náà polópẹ̀. Èjọ náà lórí àpò ẹ̀wà àgbẹ̀wọ̀dà.
Iṣẹ́ òun.
Báwo kú ọba ọjọ́ wẹ̀rẹ̀ kájẹ́dé nẹ́nà ya jẹ́ wòye báwo kú àjẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ni ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Ebuna zima Odion Obala zima Odion Marawe Maari Esama Odion na ni ma do pon Esama ni ma do gbeken Esama e ma Odion wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo biton ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na e ma yafe e ma ato e ma agbo oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just ko sino mi afa
in Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawini Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
At last, federal government also signs another celebrated agreement, approve 40% salary boost. President Tinubu reaffirms commitment to climate action at Abu Dhabi Summit. Governor Pebolo meets AAU-SUG management, orders release of innocent students, addresses security concerns. District head of Gagi in Sokoto State cautions youth against hate speech. Lagos Task Force says it apprehends some impostors. It's a pleasure to have you join us on ITV Network News on the Abuja Network Studio. My name is Godwin Dele. And tonight from Benin, I have Chuku Funaya Adigwe joining us from Benin. And also from our Lagos Network Studio, I have Wisin Omasho joining us. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Godwin. Also, good evening to you, Wilson.
Good evening to both of you. It's a pleasure sharing the screen with you tonight.
Great to have you today. We move straight to the news. President Bola Tinubu has positioned Nigeria as a prime destination for climate and green energy investment, unveiling sweeping reforms at the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. State House correspondent Ikarata reports that the president spoke during a high-level session of the summit in Abu Dhabi, attended by global leaders, investors, policymakers, and development partners. The report.
In a high-level meeting during the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Summit at the National Exhibition Center, ADNEC, President Bola Tinubu underscores Nigeria's commitment to climate action and sustainable development. The president urged deeper access to green financing for Nigeria and rallied global partners to support the nation's energy transition and climate resilience effort. He emphasized Nigeria's readiness to work with global partners in areas such as global energy, carbon market, technology transfer, and knowledge exchange and innovation.
The connections between climate and the global economy, health and energy systems, as well as food security, must now shape the way we govern and operate. At this defining moment in history, Nigeria stands with the global community, moving beyond ambition and chose delivery.
President Tinubu also highlighted that increased access to green funding is critical to Africa's development as well as meeting climate goals without leaving any nation behind. The president noted that Nigeria's energy transition plan includes energy access, climate mitigation, industrial growth, and social development into a single coherent framework. He emphasized the strong link between climate change and the global economy, health, energy, and food security, noting that the interconnectedness must now guide how the world sets its governance priority. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
And away from that, the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU have reached what could be described as a major breakthrough in following the unveiling of a renegotiated agreement aimed at improving welfare, an agreement aimed at improving stability in Nigeria's education sector and ending a 16-year renegotiation stallment. Education correspondent Comfort Edoku reports that the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, discloses that the agreement includes a 40% salary review for academic staff, as well as the introduction of new allowances with effect from the 1st January 2026.
That was the signing of a new agreement between the federal government of Nigeria and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. It is aimed at improving the quality of Nigeria's university education system and ensuring stability. Education Minister Tunji Alausa described the pact as a deliberate turning point for Nigeria's tertiary education sector and a clear demonstration of President Tinubu's commitment to quality, accessible, and uninterrupted academic calendar. A major highlight of the agreement is the approval of a 40% upward review of the emolument of university academic staff in federal tertiary institutions.
Today's agreement is a clear and deliberate, with unprecedented demonstration of the commitment of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to quality, accessible, and uninterrupted academic calendars for all Nigerian students in a tertiary institution.
For his part, the president of ASU, Professor Chris Pinua, recalled that the 2009 agreement, which was due for renegotiation in 2012, suffered prolonged delays over the years. He commended the president and members of the renegotiation team for their commitment to concluding the process. While expressing satisfaction with the outcome of the collective bargaining, Professor Pinua noted that some issues remained unresolved. He identified government and universities' autonomy as a major concern affecting university system.
For a successful collective bargaining between ASU and the federal government, we need to note that there are still pending issues which are more internal, that is dragging the progress and survival of our university system. Government persistent encroachment into the autonomy of the universities have not stopped. University autonomy is universally recognized as a cornerstone of a functional higher education system.
From Abuja, Comfort Edoku, ITV News.
And away from the nation's capital, we turn our attention to Benin for continuation of the news.
Thank you very much, Godwin. Now, here in Edo State, the governor of the state, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has reiterated his administration's commitment to protecting students, restoring peace in Ekpoma, and ensuring that criminal elements exploiting the university environment are decisively dealt with in accordance with the law. The governor made this known on the sidelines of a meeting with the Students' Union government and the management of Ambrose Ali University Ekpoma following recent unrest in the university town. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu reports.
The meeting between Governor Monday Okpebholo, the Students' Union government, and the management of Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, was convened to identify and resolve issues surrounding recent disturbances, arrests, and security concerns in the area. Governor Okpebholo emphasized that the unrest was not organized by students of Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, describing the incident as a criminal act carried out by non-students seeking to foment trouble and extort law-abiding students. According to the governor, intelligence available to the Edo State government revealed that the incident was orchestrated by a group identifying themselves as the Ambrose Ali Comrade Community, comprising individuals who are no longer students but loiter around the university environment, engaging in unlawful activities.
They are just here. People are using them. I don't care whether you are a politician, you are not a politician, you are using people and you are involved in planning such evil, destroying our land, destroying our economy. So we'll not accept. We'll go after these people and we must make sure that we bring them to book. So I want to let you know that I have nothing against the students. School is not even in session. So they are claiming that students are there. If there are any students among those people that were arrested, we will release them.
President of the Students' Union government of Ambrose Ali University, Comrade Osadebame Izoje, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Andrew Eromosele, both highlighted the positive outcomes of the meeting.
We are here to officially debunk that students did not organize any protest. So the Edo State government want to appreciate you for intentionality as well in making sure those students are being released as soon as possible.
We thank His Excellency for giving up his promise that they will be released as soon as possible. And for the students before now, we had engaged them and they said they were not part of that plan.
The meeting was attended by the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Paddy Iyamu. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Now, stakeholders in Edo State have urged the government and the Nigeria Police Force to ensure proper profiling, intelligence assessment, and strict adherence to due process before taking security actions, emphasizing that the protection and welfare of citizens remain the primary responsibility of governance. The call follows a directive by Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo ordering the release of students of Ambrose Ali University who were arrested and arraigned by the police over their alleged involvement in the violent protest in Ekpoma. Jolade Ojo has the details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo on Tuesday met with the Student Union government and the management of Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, where he disclosed that the violence recorded during the protest was allegedly orchestrated by a group identifying itself as the Ambrose Ali Comrade Community. The governor assured that any genuine student arrested in the course of restoring order would be properly identified and released without delay. Reacting to the development, legal practitioners in Benin City described the arrest and arraignment of the student as a violation of their fundamental human rights. The legal expert also criticized what they termed lapses in intelligence gathering and investigative procedures by the police and relevant government agencies.
What was the basis of the arrest in the first place? If you say you have not gotten security intelligence, where was the intelligence? On what basis? Who prompted them to go and carry out the arrest? So the police can be so smart to arrest people. How many kidnappers have they arrested? A way of telling them that they do not have a right to protest or cry? The security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of governance.
How can you lead protesters? You went to the hostel, you arrested those who were sleeping. Are we in Banana Republic? These are children of human beings, not goats, not animals. And you have subjected them to something they can never forget in their life. By now, some of them will be depressed. Some will even be afraid to go back to the hostel.
We must also commend the governor for listening to the people, for releasing them, but not happy with the way those students were arrested and fished out, as their rights fundamentally has been infringed upon. And the police need to do a lot of good or better job next time, because those innocent students won't have been the hoodlums that took over and started destroying. And even if there was the video evidence to link, especially those ones that were arraigned in their homes, broken into the night to that action at that time, there must be a nexus to it.
While commending the governor for ordering the release of the student, the stakeholders stressed the need for institutional reforms to prevent a recurrence. From Benin, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
In another report, as the nation approaches this year's Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, security agencies across the country are intensifying preparations to ensure a smooth, dignified and hitch-free ceremony in honor of Nigeria's fallen heroes. Shalom Ungara reports that the preparations for the ceremony in Benin City, Edo State, have reached final stage. The report is presented by Jolade Ojo.
The Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration is an annual event set aside to honor members of the Armed Forces of Nigerians who laid down their lives during the world wars, peace support operations and internal security operations, such as the current fight against the Boko Haram terrorists, banditry, kidnapping and other forms of threats in some parts of the country. A visit to the National Museum grounds at the King Square in Benin City shows personnel of the Nigerian Army and Air Force at the parade, rehearsing against the Epoch event. Commissioner of Youth Affairs, Honorable Charity Amayevo, said the event renews commitment to those being celebrated, their survivors, and the armed forces generally.
We are in the final stage of preparations for the grand finale of the Armed Forces 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day. It's a location in which His Excellency Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo has taken so seriously In fact, the activity started last year when we did the Armed Forces emblem launch, then followed by the Juma service and the Christian service, which we did last week. All the armed forces that are going to be on parade are already on ground. We are doing the final touches of the parade, and by the grace of God, Edo Light are all invited to come out. Let us give our respect to our fallen heroes. These are people that have defended the country and they have laid their lives. So the best thing we can do as a state and as individuals of Edo State is to pay our last honor to them and also give their bereaved family hope that yes, they didn't sacrifice, or their sacrifice to the country was not in vain.
The main event holds at the National Cenotaph in Abuja, state capital cities, and other major designated areas nationwide. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Moving on, Edo State Commissioner for Youths and Sports Development, Honorable Charity Amanyawu, has commended the acting chairman, Oredo Local Government, Honorable Gabriel Iduseri, for his promptness and proactiveness on issues concerning governance. The commissioner gave the commendation during a courtesy visit to the chairman ahead of preparations for the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration. Efosa Wangwe reports.
The delegation, led by the Edo State Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development, Honorable Charity Amanyawu, informed the acting Oedo Council boss that he was on an inspection visit to ascertain the level of preparedness of the local government to host the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day scheduled for January 15, 2026 at the Oba Ovorami Square, Benin City. The commissioner said the event, which is in honor of the nation's fallen heroes, will feature wreath laying and military parade.
A lot of activities are involved. It's a yearly event, and those functions are not new. We have been doing it. We are the new ones, because this is my first that's why I needed to reiterate it, because it should be going better and better.
In his response, Honorable Gabriel Iduseri appreciated Honorable Charity Amanyawu and his delegation for the inspection, saying that the council has concluded all necessary arrangements for the event. He said the preparation includes the provision of chairs, decorations, and environmental maintenance to ensure a clean, orderly, and conducive atmosphere.
Every hand is on deck, and we ensure that we don't fail, and also ensure that we improve on what they've done before. Thank you. Having you as our commissioner, we are proud of you. We know what you can also do. Whatever way that you think we can make it better, you can also let us know as time goes on so that we put it up.
Present at the meeting were members of the Nigeria Legion who used the occasion to perform the traditional decoration on the acting Oedo Local Government Chairman, Honorable Gabriel Iduseri, and the Edo State Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Honorable Charity Amanyawu, with the 26th ceremonial emblem.
Thank you.
The visit forms part of efforts by the Edo State government to ensure that activities marking the annual event are conducted in a befitting manner in honor of Nigerian fallen heroes. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Now, Nigeria's premier private university, Igbinedion University Okada, has announced the appointment of 2 new deputy vice-chancellors. A statement by the institution's Deputy Director of Public Relations, Mr. Loki Ebo Onokwi, lists the new appointees as Professor Sareti George Izebua from Oba Irejawa College of Law as the new Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, and Professor Blessing Use Oligbi as from the College of Arts and Social Sciences new Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academics. The statement adds that Professor Osarenti George Izebua, a pioneer staff who joined the services of the institutions in 2017, is a professor of comparative criminal law, and until his appointment was the Dean Oba Iredua College of Law. The university says the new Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academics, Professor Blessing Ose Olibi, a professor of Public Sector and Development Economics, prior to the appointment was the Dean of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan College of Arts and Social Sciences. Both appointments take effect immediately as the university community congratulates the new appointees on these strategic appointments and extends best wishes for successful tenures. In another report, the district head of Gagi in Sokoto State, Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi, who is also the urban Kasa of Gagi, has warned youths in the area against orchestrating hate speeches on non-natives undertaking their legitimate businesses in the district and Sokoto State. Correspondent Mma Mohammed reports.
The district head of Gagi in Sokoto State, Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi, who is also the Uban Kasa of Gagi, has warned youth in the area against orchestrating hate speeches on non-indigens undertaking their legitimate businesses in the district and, of course, Sokoto State as a whole. This is coming following the news going viral on social media that some non-indigens in the area who are operating hotel businesses are perpetrating acts that are contrary to Islamic injunctions, a report he rightly refuted. According to him, such misinformation may destabilize the already existing peace being enjoyed among the diversified ethnic groups in the domain.
Nigerian national has right to live anywhere, irrespective of religion, regional, political, or ethnic inclination. So we at traditional institution, our ultimate goal and aim is to promote government policies and programs that have direct bearing to the improvement of the well-being of the people.
Alhaji Sani Umar said the youths should rather embrace the government policies of Governor Ahmed Aliyu of inclusion, peace and unity, as well as New Hope agenda towards making the state great. He advised them to always verify their reports before rushing to send their information on social media, calling on those doing their legitimate businesses not to panic and continue to live harmoniously with their neighbors. The district head, while stressing the importance of hotels in a contemporary society like Gagi, he urged hotel owners to always guide against laws binding on hotel operations.
There was nowhere in the global world that the hotels is not involved in such kind of social problems.
From Kaduna, Mma Mohammed, ITV News.
You're still tuned into the network news on Independent Television. We'll now join Wilson Omasho for the continuation of the news from our Lagos Network Center. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Chukwufemnaya, and I'd like to say welcome to our Lagos Network Center. Operatives of the Lagos State Task Force say they have arrested 3 impostors of the agency who go about arresting unsuspecting motorists and extorting them of their hard-earned money. The agency said the 3-man syndicate were arrested out of Jodubega while trying to arrest and impound the vehicle of a motorist. They were prevented when the motorist called the officer from the Lagos State Task Force who confirmed that they were impostors before arresting them. Mr. Lina reports.
Commenting on the incidents, chairman of the agency, SP Adetayo Akenri, disclosed that he has been on a trail of the suspect for a while due to the numerous reports received from members of the public about a certain task force team who arrests motorists and starts negotiating financial settlements in exchange of the release of their vehicles. According to the agency, one of the suspects, Olatunji Adeboye, said their targets are usually vehicles conveying goods improperly loaded. He said they target private cars mostly and impound vehicles and charge them for driving against traffic and insecure loading and arrest interstate commercial motorists. He said the second suspect claims his role is to forcefully seize the keys of vehicle of the victims in order to create fear and panic in them. Akerele assured that the 3 suspected imposters will be prosecuted as it will serve as a deterrent to other criminal elements who drag the name of the agency in the mud by carrying out unlawful arrests and seizure of vehicles and property of innocent members of the public. From Lagos, Marcelina Unkwo, ITV News.
In line with the mandate of the Nigerian Navy to support civil authorities in combating smuggling and other cross-border economic crimes. The Nigerian Navy Forward Police Badagry has formally handed over 372 bags of foreign parboiled rice to the Nigerian Customs Service following several targeted anti-smuggling operations. The Navy said the base handed over 302 50-kilogram bags of foreign parboiled rice to Nigerian Customs Service Semi-Area Command and 70 50-kilogram bags to the Nigerian Customs Service Western Marine Command for the necessary action. It says there's been no place the chief of the naval staff vice admiral in the advance has consistently emphasized.
Our apologies for that glitch from our Lagos Network Center. We'll now take a short break and be back with more reports. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, in more news, a socio-cultural group under the aegis of Concerned Citizens of Udochi Ward 10 in Isako Central Local Government Area, Edo State, have expressed disappointment and concern over alleged marginalization of the ward in the state's political landscape. Williams Yama has more.
A statement issued by Comrade Buhari Yusuf on behalf of concerned citizens of Udochi Ward 10, Isako Central Local Government Area, says despite being one of the leading wards in Isako Central Local Government Area, contributing significantly to the success of the All Progressives Congress in elections, Udochi Ward 10 has been consistently polarized and overlooked in key political appointments and representations. According to the statement, the most worrisome is that Udochi Ward 10, Isako Central Local Government Area, has not produced a local government council chairman, member, State House of Assembly, or member, House of Representatives, just as the people are yet to receive any significant political appointment. Comrade Buhari Yusuf stated that the exclusion of Udochi Ward 10, Isako Central Local Government Area, is not only a denial of the democratic rights of the good people of Udochi, but also a disservice to the development of Isako Central Local Government and Edo State at large. According to the statement, Udochi Ward 10 is endowed with talented individuals, technocrats, intellectuals, and resourceful people capable of transforming the community, contributing to the socio-economic development of Edo State. It is against this backdrop that the people of Udochi Ward 10, Isako Central Local Government Area, are appealing to the State Governor, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, to intervene and address this imbalance as a matter of urgency. William Siama, ITV News.
Now, the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has reiterated his administration's strong commitment to the development of the state, declaring that his sole motivation in governance is to deliver visible and sustainable development across the state. Governor Okpebholo made the commitments during an inspection of ongoing projects in Udomi, Esan Central Local Government Area. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu has the details.
Projects inspected include the ongoing construction of a 150-bed Edo Specialist Hospital in Udomi, the Udomi Town Hall, designed to function as an event center and revenue-generating hub, and the Udomi Holiday Resort project, which will feature a golf course, film village, hotels, and other tourist attractions. Governor Okpebholo, who recalled his long-standing advocacy for modern infrastructure in the state, noted that his administration is now translating ideas into concrete realities.
The progress we have recorded so far. The Ambrose Ali University does not have a teaching hospital itself. So we now said, okay, instead we build a hospital that they will now use as practical. And if you look at the other side, you see work is ongoing there. That is the school. The medical school will now We have a medical school here. So that is exactly what we are doing. If you look down there, that what you are seeing there, that casting they just did there, that is the mortuary and the administrative section on the other side. So this is what we are doing. We have a university that have medical school. We should be able to build a hospital. It's a state project, not an individual. It's not no private partnership here. It's state project. And by the time we are done, the state will run it.
The governor was accompanied on the inspection tour by top government officials and party leaders, including the APC senatorial leader for Edo Central, General Cecil Esekaibo retired, the state APC deputy chairman, Honorable Sylvester Aibobo, and other party officials. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
If you're just joining in, this is the Network News on Independence Television. We'll take an intermission now, after which the news continues. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, for 3 decades, unity, brotherhood, and collective responsibility have defined the Edo Lovers International Club of Nigeria. Popularly known as My Brother's Concern is My Concern. Members of the club on Sunday marked their 30th anniversary in a grand style in Benin City. Donald Damie reports.
Members of the Edo Lovers International Club of Nigeria, who have carved a niche for themselves in different professions and spheres of life, converge on Plus 7, second Ubojare Benin State, to celebrate 30 years of sustained friendship, solidarity, and service to humanity. The anniversary brought together members, their family, associates, and invited guests together on one roof of celebration of impact, love, mutual support, and community development.
Thank my members who gave me the opportunity to serve as the grace of God is here. So we believe that this year, 2026, is our year of hope, our year of greatness. In fact, I'm very grateful. I'm happy to God and to all members.
We are grateful to God that for the 30 years we'll be operating, no head was lost. Till today, as we are celebrating, we still pray to Almighty God to give us more long life and prosperity.
Thank God, praise God, that we are celebrating 3 decades of our life, coexistence, love, and guidance. My brother concern is my concern. That's what we know.
By His grace, it has been progress, good health, and everything that is good.
Music supplied by Ebony Music added color to the celebration as members and their families freely took to the dance floor, creating space for one another in an atmosphere of joy, realization, and togetherness. Highlight of the event was cutting of the anniversary cake. A special Thanksgiving was earlier held by members of the club at United Baptist Church on Mission Road, Benin City. From Benin, Donald Eminyen, ITV News.
Moving on, diaspora investors have described the Prince Builders and estate developers as reputable and transparent following a physical tour of the brand new state-of-the-art The Prince Builders Estate located in Obaetin community, Ikpoba Oka local government area of Edo State. Joy Obaisiagbo reports.
The Prince Builders has once again delivered on its promise of providing secured landed properties in Nigeria, transforming tenants into landlords globally. This was demonstrated during a recent tour of the Prince Builders City Estate led by the Managing Director, Ambassador Cyril Omoegie, who disclosed to developers and investors from the United Kingdom, Europe, and other parts of the world that came to inspect the estate, ask questions, and clear their doubts that the facility is fully equipped with essential infrastructure. These include well-tarred internal and adjoining roads, commercial outlets, steady power supply, a football pitch, duplexes and bungalows that are about 90% completed, a police station, and access cards for enhanced security.
Prince William City is here to serve you better. It has everything that you enjoy overseas, everything that you enjoy outside the country, you have it here. Anybody that invests in the Prince William City is going to have return of investment. We try as much as possible to accommodate both the low class earner, the middle class earner, and the high class earner in the society.
Investors who participated in the tour expressed deep satisfaction with what they saw, describing the Prince Builders as transparent and reputable.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I won't lie to you. I was not deceived to tell you that I was impressed. I was really, really impressed.
How we live over there is a replicant of what is going to be functioning here. So I will encourage everyone, especially those ones from the diaspora, that they should come and have something over here.
The managing director also announced that landed properties are still available within the estate for both commercial and residential purposes. He added that all properties come with certificate of ownership, deeds of transfer, survey plans, and flexible payment options.
We have the lands available currently for 7.5 million, and the land is available. We are expecting 2,000 occupants in this estate.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We'll take a short break now. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now, in another story of interest, there was chaos on Tibite Street, Mission Road, Benin City, as operatives of the Oredo Local Government Task Force came under attack while carrying out a routine enforcement exercise to clear traders displaying goods on the roadway. Trouble began when the task force officials politely directed traders to remove their wares from the road and pedestrian walkways in line with existing environmental and traffic regulations. The situation turned violent as hoodlums, believed to be backing the traders, mobilized and confronted the officers, issuing threats and allegedly brandishing firearms. To repel the mob attack and restore order, task force operatives were forced to deploy tear gas to disperse the hostile crowd. In the ensuing unrest, the cameraman covering the operation alongside two vigilantes attached to the team sustained serious injuries and were immediately rushed to the hospital for urgent medical attention. Reacting swiftly to the incident, the chairman of Oredo Local Government, Honorable Engineer Gabriel Iduseri, condemned the attack, describing it as unjustified and uncalled for. He explained that under the SHINE project of His Excellency, Governor Monday Okpebholo's safety, environmental sanity, and free vehicular movements remain critical to the development of Oredo local government area. Honorable Iduseri reaffirmed his administration's commitment to maintaining order, public safety, and the rule of law across the local government area. While calling for peace and harmony, he urged residents to refrain from attacking law enforcement officers carrying out their lawful duties to sanitize markets and other public spaces. The chairman further recalled that a similar attack was carried out against task force officials late last year by some commercial bus drivers while on duty. Now, there was pandemonium on Etebite Street off Forestry Road in Benin City following disagreement between some local government personnel and traders over the clearing of the street by a task force, which later turned violent during the enforcement exercise. During the fracas, 2 persons were allegedly injured while tear gas was sprayed, which caused commotion in the area. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo reports.
What was meant to be another trading day on Etebite Street turned into tears and chaos following a chaotic clash between traders and security operatives.
The presence of the task force personnel triggered panic, forcing traders to flee for safety and abandon their goods as the street was temporarily shut down following the confusion and fear that followed. Traders said tear gas was sprayed without provocation, which affected several persons. Accounts from eyewitnesses reveal that traders were peacefully going about their normal activities, preparing for the day's business, when operatives of the task force allegedly stormed the area without prior notice.
Business have shut down, nothing is happening. These people are shooting. There's a pregnant woman right there, they spray tear gas on his face. They start beating one of our guys. As I'm talking to you now, 2 of them are in the hospital. I'm so shocked, I don't even know what to say now. I don't know what is happening.
We were just doing our business this morning. Just see people just rushing, destroying goods, pushing customer. They just come, take tear gas and just flash it on your face directly, not even taking it off. You begin to shoot bullets anyhow in the air.
The state government should please intervene in this, because the thing that is happening now is what we don't know. Look at people that came into our area. Imagine a person that left his home for daily food, come today and locked up store by this time. What would that person present to his family?
As calm gradually returns to Iterbita Street, affected traders are calling on the Edo State government to investigate the incident, ensure accountability, and adopt more human enforcement approaches that will not endanger lives or livelihoods. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Now, in the world of sports, Senegal have booked their spots in the final of the ongoing 2025 Africa Cup of Nations after sealing a 1-0 victory over Egypt after a cagey first 45 minutes, which saw few attempts on goal from both sides. Senegal came into the second half sustaining control over the encounter as they did in the first half. Senegal talisman Sadio Mane broke the deadlock in the 78th minute with a fine strike from outside of the box, which beat Egypt's goalkeeper Mohamed El Shenwi. The Teranga Lions held on to the lead despite late pressure from the Pharaohs and sealed the win, which confirmed their place in the final. Senegal will now face the winner of the second semi-final between Nigeria and Morocco in the final. Now with that report, we've come to the end of the network news on Independent Television. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe. Many thanks for staying tuned in. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
Celebrate!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Society expects a whole lot from you. Now, it's even more so when you're a religious leader, because there is a moral standard that society places on you. That's why you can't afford to do certain things. Religious leaders are supposed to be a moral compass that the rest of society looks up to. But when you see religious leaders doing certain things that are not in line with the moral expectations of society, then people begin to ask questions. Now, this is how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a very important and very unique show that tends to pinpoint certain issues in the society. Now, today we're discussing a very interesting topic, something that has to do with the growing menace of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Now, there have been several reports of clergymen, conducting themselves in manners that are, not expected of them on the pulpit. And this seems to have, been, in fact, society seems to have been quite silent on this issue for quite a while. But it gets to a point where it becomes imperative for us to beam our searchlight on this very disturbing issue. So we're discussing the growing menace of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is always a pleasure to have you join me on Flipside on independent television. Now, I'm not doing this alone. I've got three amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and these men happen to be clergymen. So yeah, they are in the right place, okay? And we have the right people discussing this particular issue. Now, to my far left is, like I said, the three of them are clergymen, so there's really no need introducing them, apart. So let's begin with Mr. Edugie Ewoma. He is a pastor and he is a public affairs analyst. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, it is indeed a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to Pastor Edugie, or Evangelist Edugie, is someone who is also a clergyman, but he is a Nazarite. He goes by the name of Nazarite Nnamdi Chukwuemeka.
Thank you, Harry. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, sir. That reminds me, it's actually our first time of seeing this
year. Yeah.
You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
And of course, a big brother, someone who is also passionate about the body of Christ and is a clergyman as well. He goes by the name of Oladele Ogundele. It's good to have you in the house, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy
Good
New Year.
afternoon, viewers.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
It's good to see you again.
It is indeed good to have you on the show. Now, gentlemen, you'll agree with me that this is a very timely topic. Timely in the sense that there have been recent developments in the society concerning clergymen and their conduct on the pulpit. So let's examine the topic. First off, what constitutes, or let's even begin by asking, what is it about men on the pulpit that women can't seem to resist? Maybe I should start from that angle. Let me begin with you, Pastor Oladele.
I think even that question seems to be, I say, complicated. There's nothing that it's not that women can resist. There's nothing that should be special, so to say, about men on the pulpit that has to do with that kind of question.
Okay.
It's supposed to have been special for the role, the influence, and the office. It's a sacred office. To assume the office of a clergy, and also to assume the office of overseeing a body of Christ, is a very high office that demands high responsibility. So as such, I think it's not about, I don't think it's about being resistant to men of the clergy. I think it's about the posture. It's about the disposition of these men, or of we. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
It's a disposition. And if you understand what should be the disposition, you will actually...
When you say disposition, are you referring to the clergymen themselves?
Yeah, the clergymen themselves.
Okay.
It is about the disposition. What I mean by disposition is the way you place yourself that make it so. You know, some turn to like a me, dear God, and some have manipulative gimmicks and system, and that's why the vulnerable that they ought to have build up to have this confidence and influence them positively with the anointing and the grace that is endowed them with. The other the case. Then we also have the outright deceiver and merchandise or merchants. Let's put it that way. We have the outright one. They are clear. They are fulfilling their purpose.
You mean those who are
clergy that
out to?
Yes, and they are fulfilling their purpose. Yeah, they are out to deceive people, and the Bible itemize them. They are not. I think what to me what should be more important to us now is helping the vulnerable to understand and to be able to code and decode, which the Holy Spirit said that should be there. You test all spirits. Yeah, because some came in and they don't actually mean what they receive. It could be that you can have the anointing, but you can misuse it, and that is the purpose. So there is nothing so special about them apart from, look at what Paul said. Paul said that don't look at us as special person. Don't look at us as a stewards, a owner, a holder of a trust from somebody, and who has to be Jesus Christ, the one that purchased the church with his own blood. So he said, look at us as a holder, look at us as a steward. And when you look at us in that light, there is a place Bible says that esteem them for their work's sake, not their position, whatever. So you get it. So
it's not about the positions they occupy.
It's not about it. It's about, you see, like I said, they are occupying a position. It's a position of influence. It's a position of, because once you become a clergy or man on the pulpit, you become influential. And take for example, I heard of one that uses a gimmicks of call somebody out from the choir, and you are start saying, I want to prophesy to you, and the process and lead to another thing and lead to another thing. It's very pure. It's a bad agenda. It's an agenda that has been conceived. So there are people like that. Well, there are also the category that probably as a result of the temptation they could not resist. And if I want to talk about those people, all you just need to do is get back, spend time with God, refresh. But you see those ones that are out as wolves, Jesus Christ told us about them. They are all spelled out in scripture. We do not be, so to me, the focus of the church now should be identify those people, and to also help the vulnerable to be able to identify them. Because Jesus Christ, God told us to identify them. And they are there. And they are there. They are not remorseful. They are engaging. So nothing so special apart from the fact that you are carrying that. And if you, that is also the custodian of that trust, you also know that nothing so special about me apart from I am endowed I'm privileged to push out and develop for someone. We have a master. The Bible called Jesus a judge. And he will judge. And
you are answerable to
him. And you are answerable to him. You are answerable to his cause. You are answerable to you. So you are like a bond slave. Paul used Bible word is a doulos. You are a bond slave to him. If you are that, definitely you'll be able to assess yourself not too.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dele. I like how you started out passionately on this. And I would like to ask you, Nazareth Chukwemeka, what would you say constitutes sexual misconduct amongst clergymen on the pulpit? Are there any particular, examples, or should I say, ways that clergymen conduct themselves that, suggest sexual misconduct?
Thank you, my brother Harry. The issue about the clergymen getting involved or their conduct, all of those things happen to play out because that is one of the most potent weapon that the enemy of the church use against the church.
And who is the enemy of the church?
The devil himself.
Okay.
It's one of the most potent weapon he uses when the Bible talks about the three major sins that brings down any person, it talks about the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life.
Yeah.
And most ministers, virtually every minister, any clergyman, is someone who is being regarded as a shepherd.
Okay.
You know, in the football field, when any player picks the ball, he becomes the target.
Okay.
All right?
The man with the ball is the target.
Yes. Okay. Anyone with the ball is the main target. Every camera, every eye, everybody begins to pursue him. Everybody goes towards that direction. The clergyman is like the person with the ball. And so every direction goes there. Every attention goes to him. Jesus himself said, when you strike the shepherd, then the sheep will scatter. And so that's why every eye goes on them. And these shepherds, these clergymen, they need to understand this. But you see, the disposition, like my brother was saying here, some of them beginning to think infallible is a problem.
Okay.
They began
to think too highly of themselves.
Peter and John said to the people looking at them when they caused the man at the beautiful gate to rise and walk, they said, stop looking at us like that, as if we did this by our name. He said, no, we did it in the name of that same man Jesus you rejected. All right? So until they begin to understand that you are a man before you be a man of God. You are not God of man. You are a man of God. Then you should know where to draw the line. You should know that you are fallible. You will know that you are also vulnerable to this same old serpent. The Bible called him in Revelation that same old serpent, referring to Genesis chapter 3. That the same serpent that brought down Adam and Eve in the garden is still the old serpent.
Yeah.
In fact, he's serious, more serious now. The Bible called him the dragon. So he has come to a point, he has learned all the gimmicks in a more complicated manner. And so the clergy people should understand that they need to conduct themselves to ensure that these things are one of. At times you wonder, you see clergymen playing, especially all this aspect of my daughter, yeah. And hugging as they sit on my lap, all those kind of funny things.
That's how it all starts.
And all those kind of careless issues around. And so clergymen need to understand. What I'm trying to establish here is that they need to understand this too. Number one, if you are a shepherd, you are a major target. As a clergyman, like my brother said, you are an influencer. Once you find yourself on that pulpit, on that stage where people listen to you, where you can say something. Imagine, one of our pastors one day, during the time of the previous administration of Edo State, somebody in his church was wedding, and that the governor was present.
Just before you tell us that story, we have to go on this very important break now, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and right before we went on that break, Mr. Chukwuemeka was taking us, telling us something his pastor said.
Okay, right. Actually, I was trying to establish the issue that the clergymen should understand the kind of influence they carry, the kind of power
they carry.
So this is my pastor friend. The governor was there in the wedding, and then he will say, please, can we rise? And everybody will rise. Can we sit? Everybody will sit. So somebody whispered to him and said, you are making governor to be standing and sitting. You are very powerful without even picking an arm. And you're not saying, and everybody rising. He said it dawned on him how powerful the pulpit can be.
As a clergyman.
As a clergyman. So rise, everybody, both his entourage and everything.
And that's something that wouldn't have happened if he wasn't a clergyman.
Of course. So we need to understand, when you understand this, we will be careful how we exert that which we carry on our inside. So that's what I was trying to establish in that aspect, so that we will mind our conduct, mind the things that we say and the things we do and the way we dress. Recently, last week or last 2 weeks, some of us must have seen it. It went viral a little.
Yes.
The man that came to, a pastor that came to his church with a skirt, high heel and a suit, and they say he's actually in church because he has learned how to seduce God. And before you know it, people were hailing him, and then before you say jack, people are beginning to buy into it. In fact, a pulpit misconduct becomes a general misconduct, and people need to watch it.
pulpit misconduct becomes a general misconduct. And that's because, you know, just like you people have established so far, the clergyman is someone that wields a lot of influence. So whatever you do, you know, has a way of naturally rubbing off on, you know, the people that are placed under your watch.
Consciously or unconsciously. Yeah.
And that's really profound. Now, I'd like to ask you, Evangelist Etugie, is there any power imbalance between the clergy and the congregants that tend to, you know, enable abuse in the church?
Thank you very much for the question. I want to first and foremost say that this is a very sensitive topic. And so I want to speak to it first from the integrity of my heart, and then my faith and values.
Okay.
Because I say that because the major challenge we have on these matters is the way it has been addressed. And so, when to go to your question, there is an imbalance. And this is largely due to the fact that the men on the pulpit are being arrogated some level of authority and power beyond what they deserve, which ought not to be so in the first place.
When you say they are being arrogated, who's guilty of this? Who's to be?
The pew.
Okay.
You see, because they command some level of spiritual abilities, so they are now arrogated some authorities, as it were. And so these men who also do not know their limits are in turn abusing these privileges. And so this is where we are, and that's what has created the problem. Because you cannot make a man so powerful and don't expect him to use that power. And that is why we must continue to speak to those issues around making the spiritual leader a god. Somebody rightly quoted us now in his conversation when Apostle Paul was saying, what we did now, you are acting as though it's by our power. But this was not by our power, but the Holy Spirit. So we must come to the point, because when we were taught, when we were being discipled, we were told that you do not come to the scene whenever you act on behalf of the Lord. Because men will always want to bring you to the scene. What does that mean? Peradventure, by your hands, a miracle was just performed.
Okay.
And men are glamorizing and saying, oh, these ones are God, like it was in the scripture. You must pause at the same time and say, no, you must point them to Christ. But the problem is, we want to continue to arrogate lordship to ourselves. Talking about those in the pulpit now.
All right.
And so, when we perform, as it were, such miracles, which was done by the grace of God upon our lives, we receive the glory. And then, gradually, it begins to build up.
But are we supposed to, like, are you guys supposed to receive the glory as clergymen?
No, that's what I'm saying, no.
Okay.
Because we are supposed to point them back to Christ.
Okay.
Because it was not done by our own power. We are nothing without Christ. For the vine cannot do anything
without the branches.
The branches cannot do anything without the vine.
Yeah.
So that's the major challenge.
Thank you so much, Evangelist Etugie. It seems you have something to add to that.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Oladele.
Thank you very much, sir. You see, in Ephesians chapter 4, when God, starting from verse 11 or so, when God was the scripture was itemizing the role, the apostles, the pastors, the clergy, the teachers and the prophet. The next thing, he mentioned the purpose. And he said, the purpose is that you bring the pews or the congregation to a level, to the same measure with Christ. Okay. You don't keep them there while you stay. That is the purpose.
Disciple them for Christ, literally.
For Christ. In 1 Peter chapter 5, Apostle Peter was writing and was saying, you that are headers, which I'm also header, see your role. Don't be lordship over them. don't play Lord.
Over there.
You don't buy. You're not the one that bought them. You're not the one that bought the congregation. Jesus bought.
Steward.
A steward. That's why I mentioned. You are only a trust for somebody. I don't know whether these people fear. in Matthew 7 from 21, Jesus Christ said that many will say to me on that day, in your name I've done so. He said, I will never knew you. The owner of the church, when he comes as a judge, he came before as a lamb. He will come as a lion. And he said, this servant will have much more punishment. I don't know. Let me tell you something. One of the things that fear me when I had God's call was that I went to, there's one thing Paul called canons, ministerial canons. It has to do with the character that you must possess. I'm not saying the fear I had was that, see, you must possess extra.
So are you saying
there are some things that I'm not seeing, but because you are a clergy, you should not even talk.
So are you saying that much of the clergy lack this reverence and fear for God?
Yes, and it's a result of, may I tell you something, sir? That some majority of these are clergy have no revelation of exact purpose of why they are doing it. I don't want to say some things here. A minister of God made one statement many years ago that in Haiti, when he was called, God told him and said, I'm sure that my brother here knows the minister of God. He said God told him that many people are not doing the work I called them. So if you are not careful, you can still go in their line. Now, but they are this. Then talking about the arrogation of power. Yeah. Why is it coming? Just as he said, because of they say, see, I should know better. That's why when they say when a clergy commit fornication with a member, and later they say that the member, they are dragging the member. I'm not saying it's a sin to you get my point now. But the point is that you should know better. When Reverend Nazareth was talking just now, he mentioned that some things that you use as if that you're already immune. The Bible says, run away from all appearance of evil. As it's applicable to the pew, to the congregation, it's applicable to you as the distinct. There's nothing like say you are, I can't do it, I can't fall. No, there's nothing like that. Are you
suggesting that the church tends to give excuses or hold brief for clergymen when they fall into such
see, they do, some do. You see, that thing they did is as a result of the fact that the clergy has not developed your mind to the extent that you be independent, you know truth. That when I'm the clergy, I'm even doing right. You can say, Pastor, hello, sir, with all due respect, this thing you are doing, it's wrong. You are the one that taught us. It's in the scriptures. So.
In other words, the congregation does not question or does not hold the clergy accountable.
Accountability. Yes.
There is a reason for that.
Accountability.
Right. Yes. You could take it.
There's a reason for that.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Some of these clergymen have succeeded in letting the congregation know that they have no right to judge another man's servants.
Okay, so
that they are servants of God. So you leave me to God. In fact, we quote Moses and
Aaron
and
if we were to go
what are his sisters?
Yes, sorry to interrupt.
Miriam.
If we were to go by that logic, then the congregation, are not the servants of the clergy. Don't you think so? Because we are all servants of God.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. They believe that they are servants of God, so God should be left to judge them.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
God should be left to judge them.
But why does the clergy judge the congregation?
The clergy,
they do, don't they?
They do.
Exactly.
They feel they have the right. They believe they have the right. Many of them have godified themselves. Permit me to use that word. They are like small deities. But one thing they always forget. I remember when I went to do a study in a Bible college. I did it for like 2 years or something. On the day of the graduation, people were just celebrating. I remember I was telling my wife, I said, why are they rejoicing? I said, they don't understand the sensitivity of what they just yoked themselves into.
Yes, where you are going.
That for me, every Bible college should be 9 years.
Why?
Because you have to save lives. If medical practitioners should go to school for 7 years to save biological and physical lives, then those who are to save internal life should go for 9 years.
But do you think it's as much about the
length of
the duration?
I am only trying to paint a picture of the seriousness and the depth of how these things should look like. I know only one denomination that when they are doing graduation like that, they will wear black and they will lie flat while taking their oath. When you get there, you will see solemnity, you see serenity. Apart from that, I don't know any other organization that does that. And you see jubilation, I hope you're wondering. It gets me wonder. Did you understand this?
They do not understand the implication of
the
what they're getting.
The implication of is a yoke. Is a yoke. You know, it means you are no longer, you are seriously restricted to so many things. Now, the cult that Jesus rode on while going to Jerusalem, and they were dropping palm front and clothes, and he was jumping. That cult may think that they are doing that for him. When Jesus exited that court, we didn't hear about that court again. So if you understand the implication of that, you know that they give you that honor and respect because of the Christ in you and the work he called you to do, according to Ephesians chapter 4.
All right.
For you to prepare the saints for the work of the ministry.
All right. Thank you so very much, Nazareth Chukwuemeka. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for another break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing the growing rate of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Now, this next question goes to you, Evangelist Edugie. How has the culture of silence within churches sustained sexual abuse? I hope you know what I mean by the culture of silence. You know, when clergymen do certain things or conduct themselves in certain ways that are unexpected of them, there seems to be this silence amongst, members. People are scared to speak up. People are scared to criticize them. And the reason isn't so far-fetched. Oh, this person is a clergyman and, he carries a special kind of grace and anointing. So I wouldn't want to offend God by criticizing this person or by speaking against this person. Some of them even cite examples or even quote scriptures like, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. And then, of course, there are those that will even cite examples from the Old Testament of, what happened to Miriam, Moses' sister, and Aaron, who spoke against Moses or who criticized him for taking an Egyptian wife, right, so to speak. So how do you think this culture of silence seems to encourage sexual misconduct amongst clergymen?
Thank you very much. I'll first of all say the culture of silence in the body of Christ, it's a beautiful thing.
How so?
Because it was put there in order that the seemly fall in the body is not too much amplified and then destroy the body. But however, the challenge we have is a systemic failure. I say that because the ministries we have today don't have a structure wherein offense can be addressed. The general overseer, the spiritual leader, is Lord. You see, if you have done Christian theology, you will come in contact with in a place where you will find out that there is something they call the church elders. Today, who is the general superintendent reported to if he sins? If he offends a member, is there anybody, is there any structure in the ministry where he can be reported to? You see, it is only in the church that we don't have that. In government, for example.
Are there no churches where such committees or such councils of elders
if
exist?
There are, you will never find the doctrine of silence being abused.
Okay.
I was wanting to say, for example, in government, we can petition the president. At least there is a disciplinary committee in the House where you can submit such petitions.
Okay.
Let's not go whether it's going to be treated or not. The governor
because
can
you
be
agree that it's
petitioned.
one thing for it to be, reported. It's another thing for it to be addressed.
Yes.
Okay.
But you see, in the church structure and in most churches, especially in Africa, we can no longer find out there. No church committees that can even question the SSCs of the spiritual leader. So we begin to come to a point where the system itself has failed and men are feasting on it to abuse the entire process. And so you committed the crime, you come and you begin to bully the people not to say anything about it. It's embarrassing, because I want to speak in parables. It's embarrassing for you to come up to suspend yourself after committing a crime. One, the elders of the church ought to announce that suspension.
Okay.
And two, you come to say you are going on a suspension, but you and your wife, you are just going to enjoy yourself. Sir, you are going on an honeymoon.
Okay.
Not because of your
sin.
Your similar allegation against you.
Okay.
So that means if there were an allegation or not, he would have gone on his honeymoon.
So he's more or less going on a vacation.
Precisely.
Not suspension.
And not suspension. You don't judge your case. That's what I'm trying to say.
You can't be a judge in your own case.
In your own case. The elders of the church should have come up with the decision of the church, communicate it to the public. And I'm sure that structure is not there. And that's why we have found ourselves here.
Now, if you take a look at most of the churches, especially in the Pentecostal circle, the kind of churches that we have nowadays, do you really think it's feasible? Do you think it's realistic to have, a council of elders that are backed with the responsibility, or that are charged with the responsibility of holding clergymen accountable for misconducts of that nature?
Sir, there is. The only thing is that the general superintendent is not, you can't touch him. Let his assistant misbehave thus now if the committee will not suspend him.
Okay.
Let an associate pastor misbehave.
So most of these general overseers are above the law.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
They've grown to a point where they cannot be questioned.
Wow. All right, thank you so much, Evangelist. Now, Nazareth Chukwemeka, I would like to ask this. How do churches sometimes confuse forgiveness with the absence of consequences? Because many a time we see clergymen being accused or being fingered in cases of sexual misconduct. And before you say jack, you begin to hear that they've been forgiven and that the matter has been resolved. So how does this, how do churches sometimes confuse forgiveness with the absence of consequences?
My brother, the truth of the matter is that it's only a wise man that calculates the consequences before he takes an action.
Okay.
You are free to make your choice, but you are not free to choose the consequences of your choice. When you understand things like this, it's not about the forgiveness aspect. You think about the consequences. Does God forgive? Yes. But the truth of the matter is that hands joins to hands. A sinner cannot go unpunished. Let me digress a little, maybe mention this. A young lady I know very well was living one kind life like that, and the only girl of the family. But somehow he contracted one of these STDs, HIV/AIDS to be precise. So we are called upon to come and minister to her. And I remembered how she kept begging God to heal her, and she was going to serve her the rest of the life. Well, the forgiveness was clear, of course, the peace and all of that. But we lost her. We lost her, nevertheless. And out of anger, the kind of life she had lived before, the family just buried her like a chicken. The whole funeral, nothing. They just buried her and closed case. Did God forgive her? We know God did. In fact, some of the messages she gave to me, they're still in my house. The consequences, I have let people know, and you have to know this. And if you are not careful, those consequences can still get to your children. We have to be careful about that word called consequence. Forgiveness is established. We are forgiving you. Fine, established. But you see, consequences cannot be well, because the consequence has to do with principle of life.
What you sow is what you reap.
It's a principle, so he plays out anyhow, anywhere. All right, so David did what he did. People felt, did God forgive him? Yes. But when he wanted to build the temple, God said, your hands are full of blood. People used to think it's because David did a lot of wars. No, that's not what God is talking about. It was because of Uriah. If you go to Matthew chapter 1, God referred to it again. Did he call him a man after my heart? Oh yeah, he did. What of the consequence? He reaped it. He couldn't build.
Okay, so in the nutshell, you're saying?
So, the issue of churches trying to now say that our brethren, our pastor or whatever have been forgiven. Nobody said you shouldn't forgive. But I'm trying to say to those clergymen that their congregants are saying all of that, you also have to know that consequences are real and they can never be removed.
Consequences are real and they can never be removed.
Yes.
Well, I actually do hope that the people that this message is meant for are taking notes. Now, I'd like to ask this, Pastor Oladele.
Yes, sir.
Evangelist Edugie said a moment ago that the culture of silence in the church is supposed to be a good thing, but unfortunately it has been abused by some clergymen. Now, there is a recent case of a young pastor that was called out by an actress for sexual abuse, so to speak. Okay, but news has it that recently the Lagos State Police Command has called him for questioning. Okay, so do you think this is appropriate? Do you think it is right for the world, quote and unquote, to get involved in matters that have to do with the church, vis-a-vis, clergymen and the congregation?
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is simple. Yes. Yes, in the same society, you are called out by the society. We have an organized system. We have an administration of justice in Nigeria. Okay. So calling out is a human being, he's a citizen with one Nigeria passport, just as I have. So it should be questioned.
So beyond just being a clergyman,
yes, leave that.
He's answerable to
yes.
the authorities.
Now there is also the place where Bible talk, like what Pastor Edugie mentioned. Yeah. I like the angle. When he first said that, I was listening to him. Okay. But when he came, yes, it's because we have left what we're supposed to do. There's a place where Bible talked about the church have that we judge angels and judge. Can't we judge matter? So church is supposed to be a place where there is a disciplinary this thing that take care of things. Yeah. So in that particular case, I won't be particular. Number one, that is not a young pastor. That man, I know him over the years. He's not a young pastor. Number two, I won't be particular about him, as in his personality. But the action, the things that happen, is highly, I don't know. You just mentioned one. There are so many things that we couldn't even get, and his posture to all of them, it was like a damage control. It was like they said. Do you know what? If I commit sin. Because there's something I want to say here, that when Jesus Christ caught that woman in the adultery, Jesus Christ didn't say anyone that has not committed adultery should stone him. Jesus Christ said anyone that has no sin. So I want us to know that his own. There are many of us, it may not be adultery, it may be another thing. But today in particular, we're talking about sexual abuse. Okay. Now, but the point now is that talking about that particular, the damage control that came shows to me that I will prefer that consequences, and I'm still forgiving, and I make heaven, and I hear welcome my faithful servant. I will prefer it to my brother. Okay. Yes. So whatever it will take, sometimes I say, God, whatever if you want to discipline, I beg, I'm here. Because I know, David said it. He said, I prefer to fall in your hand. So I'm talking about maybe you have done it. But if you are wise enough to take what he said, that think about the consequences before you do it. But if you have done it, like we are making an example of one person now, to me,
that person should go for whatever stage it will go. If God want to pick you down, God knows how He can take you down to the and bring you up back. Just be sincere in your repentance. Be sincere. Be broken. Not dilly-dallying and you are petting it. It's like you are correcting this on surface. You are trying to block this.
Right.
Another one. So
hopefully we will take a more cursory look at the concept of acknowledgement.
Yes.
Because I think that's a major problem amongst a lot of clergymen. It's one thing for you to err. It's another thing for you to acknowledge that you have erred. But we have to go on this very important break now. And when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Yeah, welcome back. This is the final lap of Flipside on independent television for today. Now, before we went on that break, Nazareth Chukwuemeka was talking about, he was actually taking us in a direction that I would like us to wrap things up with. He talked about the need for acknowledgement. Now, just like I said before we went on that break, it's one thing for you to err, and it's another thing for you to acknowledge that you've erred. Now, this is exactly what I think the real problem is with most clergymen of this generation. Now, you've been involved in sexual misconduct, but somehow you are trying to, do what I call leg over. You know you've erred, but you are trying to cover it up. You are trying to, play smart. Why is that? I would like to ask you, Evangelist Eduge, why do they find it so hard to acknowledge that they've erred and then, of course, begin to find ways to make amends?
I would say is the lack of the fear of the Lord. You see, many persons in the body of Christ today, not just those in the pulpit, there is this lack of fear. They just want to do things the way it pleases them. If possible, maybe my generation would have rewritten the Bible.
Okay.
Because we want to shift the standard. We are not afraid anymore. You want to appear good before men who are mortals, but you are not worried about the judgment of God.
Okay.
Who sees even the secret, your very secret that the secret camera cannot pick.
Wow.
He knows you even while you are alone.
Okay.
He has seen that thing that you did. Men, I say these things all the time when I have opportunity to counsel people. Even when you fly miles away from home and you have an opportunity to go into a damn cell and that nobody will know, your wife and anybody will never hear of it, and you will come back and still lift up holy hands. The only thing that will keep you away from doing it is the fear of the Lord.
So in summary, you're saying that they lack the fear of God.
Yes.
That's why they find it hard to acknowledge that they've erred.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Thank you so very much for that. We're actually wrapping up right now because we have limited time left. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Nazareth Chukwuemeka. He talked about the fear of God, the lack of the fear of God. Don't you also think that these people do this for fear of reproach? The reproach that comes with, their reputation,
maybe their
being dragged to the mud. Yes.
It's still the issue of lack of. If you have the fear of God, what are you doing with your title? What are you doing with your position? My brother, at the end of the day, we all are going to meet this great judge, and you know that your title has no entitlement. So what are we talking about? You see, the Bible said there was a day God slew a man that was trying to help the ark that was, and the Bible said, as the new fear of the Lord entered David.
Wow.
You know, another problem I'm discovering here, the issue of lack of discipleship is one of the problems. I've never seen a person, a Christian. At times I even ask myself, these people probably, they're not even born again. They're not even Christian before they answered this. I don't even know whether they had a call. Whether it was a flash
encounter with God.
Whether it was a flash that they saw, and they quickly rushed into it. Because I can't see someone that said, I've surrendered to the Lord Jesus, and you went through discipleship, and you find yourself in this kind of a thing. Now, let's assume it even happened. The acknowledgement will not be a struggle.
Okay.
I'm telling you the truth. Because I've come to realize that when the Bible said, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper. Whosoever that confesses and forsake will obtain the mercy of God. See what I've discovered. When you confess this, men may know it. Men will abuse it, abuse you. If you confess it, God has a way of covering you up. That even when they still look at you tomorrow, they don't remember it. It doesn't make sense to them.
Okay.
I don't know what they understand what I'm saying. When you open up to God, God covers you.
Okay.
That even when men, see, look at David. David opened up. God covered him up. That even up till now, people still call him son of David, because they call Jesus son of David in the New Testament, having known what he did. Why? He opened up and God covered him up. But if you cover up by yourself and God open you up by himself, oh boy, I don't know who will cover you in this generation and in this life to come.
All right.
So I've discovered that when we open up, it helps a lot. So let's learn to be humble and acknowledge our faults. There's no big deal about it. I lead the Student Christian Movement, SM of Nigeria. And then last year, around the middle, and there was a meeting they called. I didn't know I was the center of the meeting. Not that I committed anything immorally, whatever. But there was something they brought out. They are talking about the way I've handled some issues in the course of the leadership. So when they raised all the whole thing, I just said, I didn't know I'm the main agenda of this meeting. I'm so sorry about the whole thing. I never knew I was going that direction. The whole thing doused immediately because soft reply, soft answer tones were rough. What I'm trying to say in essence is that don't try to, you are still a mortal. You can make mistakes.
All right.
Just acknowledge it, repent humbly, and you see how God will take you up from there. You'll be amazed that nobody will use that against you anymore.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Oladele,
yes, sir.
In less than a minute, what do you think is responsible for this? Why do clergymen find it hard to acknowledge their wrongs?
Pride. Pride. Overestimation of yourself. Because I'm a man of God, prophet, so pride. Lack of acknowledgement of God, the role of God in your life. Let me tell you something. God can allow you, in quote, to go through that thing for a purpose.
Okay.
But if you can make use and discover the purpose, we are making an example of David now.
Yeah.
And he discovered the purpose. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, Uriah is mentioned. Bathsheba.
Yeah.
Is mentioned.
Yeah.
So what am I saying? If acknowledge God. See, we will have it. It's no matter what I say. Then secondly, leave reputation. That's what killed Saul. Saul was concerned about his reputation. Look at these people here, and Samuel has not come. The thing they do me, and he went to go and do what is not. Leave reputation. A man of God, you are talking about your reputation before God. We all know. Yes, maybe that's why I say we don't have knowledge. We don't have revelation of who this God is.
All right.
Yeah, if we do, leave reputation and leave pride. Acknowledge God.
Leave reputation, leave pride behind, and acknowledge God. Well, a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, for your very amazing and brilliant analysis. It's been quite a very interesting conversation, and I have every single one of you to thank for it. Thank you so much for being with me on the show. Well, it's been Flipside on independent television, and we've been taking a look at the growing rate of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Well, I guess a word is enough for the wise. I'm sure that the people involved or people guilty of this particular issue have been taking note so far, and they've learned a thing or two from this. Let's do better. Like I said in opening, the moment you acknowledge or the moment you realize that you are, a leader, and more so someone who occupies a very important office in church, okay? You are a religious leader, you are a pastor, you are an imam, or whatever it is that you are. Know that society expects a lot from you, and the people that are placed under your care are not your puppets. They are not your tools to play with. They are not your toys to play with. Know that the person that puts you, in charge of them is going to be expecting so much accountability from you. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's been such an amazing time on the show. Until I come your way again, same time, same station next week. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best. Waiting they happen.
never spray your boss to Edo color.
We go spray and we go do it.
Why? They do the announcer, make them not go and pound your boss. So.
No wahala, now we go try and we do it.
But you know you the announcer system.
I never hear, me never get radio for herself. How much more say television?
You don't get radio.
You don't do.
And you don't get TV.
You don't know say this country hard.
Try spray your boss so.
No wahala, don't hear you.
You know, yes, say the same way we spray on our boss.
Make government spray their own first. If I go, government supposed to start with. Which government don't spray their own?
Since when you buy
government,
this
as you see that state, you know to see their government boss.
Since when you buy this mini boss, you not spray to Edo color.
Make it don't spray. Make this. See, one thing we will not understand. So, also know, you don't pay for Edo state. The wife, if you want lose fish, they start from the this they lose and then they start for center lose them. If you see there's that state. Now one color,
as a transporter, our color are red and yellow.
Yes.
You know, yes, a kidnapper uses sky bus. You know, yes, they use it to kidnap people.
Even if they spray, they don't spray. Kidnapper go see day. Security not day. Man, they go start with security first.
Now, so the color supposed to be. Okay, wait. You know, yes, they make you spray this bus. They want to arrest you for fraud. You know, yeah. Can you just come? You need by the bus. Now balance and carry. That's how the boat is supposed to be. That's how the color red and yellow. Clear. You know, yes, you spray your bus. You never hear them.
No, we never hear my power.
So now the matter be that if you see some of these buses, that's why many things they happen for the town. Then oh my God. Agree to welcome. You see, now so the color supposed to be. Now don't color be this. All the mini bus for the city. Now so it's supposed to be spray your mini bus like this because they use it for kidnapping and armed robbery. But however, Alpha, I like your boss. You don't already spray your own.
Yes.
Everything. You don't want me anybody. Give you pressure.
I know you want wala at all.
But what if you advise for that of your colleague now we never spray their bus?
May they go spray their own. So I mean everything is okay.
Everything is okay. Yes. Clear. 100. Clear. We not come know the. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Not so it's supposed to be. If you go different states, they get their own color, don't get their own color. I don't color code now yellow and red. But so many bus drivers. See them. My guy, why you never spread this bus to the color? Government wants start to the arrest. Government wants start to the enforce the law. Then they use this kind of bus, they do armed robbery and kidnapping. I don't talk saying that your boss, but the place say be resemble them. But why you never go spray them now?
Okay, the way they take talk the matter, it is very close, and they need to Christmas finish. Money never day like that. Now without first Christmas, we want first school fees. For school fees to our strength. At least 3 bedrooms where they occupy now. I pay 310 with 5 children. So I never have to think about painting now. Rather, I want to share this.
How much to spray this bus? 100,000 naira just spray now.
If I get 100,000 naira, that means I'm supposed to go work for my side, park, enter my house.
Government wants start to the arrest people.
Okay, sir.
No problem. Now, so the bus supposed to be. Okay. Why now? Why you never spread this bus to a dog color? Why? Then they use this kind of motor for kidnapping and armed robbery. We don't know who they use them.
Ipa, Domo. If they paint the same motor to taxi color, the same thing go see. They don't go fit identify the number. I prefer the color code. Each vehicle go get number. So that number don't trace the vehicle. If they say me all the vehicle paint to taxi color, they not go fit trace the.
We go know the one wey be transport now.
So you know, so I prefer the color code. I just beg the state governor.
Okay, then they give you the code, may you not spray your bus.
Yes.
Okay, that's the code.
Yes, now number the code.
Cinema, you supposed to spray this, but they use this kind of bus for armed robbery, for kidnapping. Yes, now. Okay. Government wants to start to the arrest. They don't start now. They should start now.
Okay, we'll go do one. We'll go do. Okay, no one.
Pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Shasha, why you never spray him now?
My brother, with the beg government, may help us.
Why you never spray him?
Of recent high school start. So with the beg government, may help us. May he give us more time. We never say we no go spray, we go spray, but may he give us time. May give us time. Like from now to June, we go spray. But
from now to June,
at least now.
You know the yesterday they use it for kidnapping and armed robbery.
Oga, may you look my face. Like person like me, person like me now. I get strength to drive motor. I can't use and rob. No, nah.
Okay, you will be minibus driver.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. What you want? I call. So all the color that says supposed to be. This is those state color code. Okay, na data call, na data you carry. You never spray to a do color now.
I will soon spray.
Spray now.
I hear you.
Hello. What do you see? Oga?
You my brother. Now governor of the world they talk. You know say all these millibus then they say the bad X no let them know the new the good one where they say because the atrocity where they have to they commit.
All these millibus drivers.
Yes. So what I go tell government make if it want make it put numbers, make it know the route way from the car and the route where they go, because there is a where goat run past now that they trace and pass.
Now where goat run past.
Now that they trace and pass. Now governor of the world they talk.
Oh boy, Alpha, clear. Why you never spread this bus to a dog color? You know yesterday they use many bus for armed robbery and kidnapping. Why you never go make the spray and make they put the color code for you?
I don't go. The guy they get many work for us, so somebody bring a con tomorrow in morning.
You know Basso. Sit there. I like your own. So now say the color supposed to be yellow and red. That's what it's supposed to be. Say another one. Confirm yellow and red. That's all the color supposed to be for all the mini bus for those states. Why you never spray this bus? Waiting they happen. Why you never spray this bus? Hold on. Why you never spray this bus to a do color? You spray?
Yes.
A balance a carry?
Okay, balance a carry.
All these guys. Why you never spray the bus now? Did they use this kind of bus for armed robbery and kidnapping? You never hear?
I'm not here.
You just call?
They tell me now. Sharp.
Why you never spray this bus? Okay. And then for street. Mini bus. However, each state get their own color. Lagos get their own, Ibadan get their own, Delta get their own, Bayelsa get their own. But if you see so many of the mini bus for those states, okay. Why you never spray this bus? Why? You know yesterday they use it for kidnapping and armed robbery and one chance. Government don't want to now.
I go spray. I'll soon spray. But for that kidnapping and one chance, it not be bus when they spray or when they not spray, they use anyone to do more.
Okay, but the one with
even when they spray, and I just got a safe person. Whether they spray, they not spray. I greet you.
I Clear. I did.
What's the news?
Tinubu different.
You look my motto.
You are a senior man. You know, you say armed robber, kidnappers. They use this kind of bus. Yesterday night they do kidnapping. Why you never spray out to a color?
Why I never spray out?
Yes, no.
They talk about the color code, but we never see them.
Color code, yes,
and we need them.
Push up, you never see them. Carry your boss, go meet spray painter. Make spray painter spray them yellow and red. Then go meet the those state government. Make you give them your particulars when they put everything for profile.
Okay, sir. We don't hear, sir.
What soon? I'll tell you the kind of people where you carry now.
Look there.
His Excellency, the executive governor of Edo State.
Don General.
I beg Ginger.
Don General.
Kidnapping now a normal business now for Nigeria.
Don General.
Color code. Most of the buses, minibus and bus, they're not. See there, 1, 2. That's where they buy them. You know, say if you jam me, you jam masses. You know, yeah. Say they use this kind of bus to do armed robbery and kidnapping. That's why they come and say, "Well, I go spray on a bus to yellow and red. May you go get your color code number."
I will get her very soon. Because now they hear the information, so.
Okay. Castero no dey.
Not day.
And you not get television.
I not get television.
You not hear the information.
I dey work Monday to night.
But you know yesterday like this bus they take rob last night.
Me not hear that one.
You know who yesterday they use to do kidnapping.
Me not hear that one at all. I be say I go open Castero for my motor.
Castero made they listen to Russia wife and they talk in the evening. They spray your bus. Why you never spray my guy? You might spray motor now. They used to do kidnapping yesterday. I've been at you.
For you, I understand you.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Why you never spray this bus, Oga?
Waiting they happen.
What's supposed to be? Down they go. When are they share money? See them. No color code. I see you. See, I'm no color code. Look me for here. See, no color code. My men, they tell me say Super Eagles of Nigeria, they go win Morocco for this Africa Cup of Nations. I see you. You never sprayed this bus to a those state color code. They use this kind of bus do armed robbery and kidnapping yesterday.
No, not my mother. I said to him. Meanwhile, they also not be him. I not be him at all.
Okay, why you never spray the bus?
I never get money.
You never get color code.
Money not there. I not get money. The country get IB. Why, sir?
You sure so this one they use for armed robbery yesterday?
Look at the plate number well.
That's what it's supposed to be. And the color be this. Clear. Wow. Spray the bus, spray the bus, spray the bus. Spray the bus, oh, spray the bus. Spray the bus. Baba, how the family? Why you never spray this bus now?
Nobody was to spray this week.
They used this guy bus do kidnapping yesterday. Oh.
I don't know.
Spray the bus now. Spray this bus now. Spray. Spray.
May come back.
When they spray, government say make they spray their bus to a dark color. Okay. So that more know the bus will be transport.
Yes, that's right. You are
because
right.
they use it for robbery and kidnapping.
Not be lie. It's too much for Benin. It's too much. With everybody, they even complain. It's too much.
May they spray the bus?
Yes, they will bless the girl now. They will bless her.
I bet more than enough vessel. They use this kind many bus do kidnapping yesterday.
Yes, they sure say no be lie again. They first do one the other day. They do fake video.
But why you never spread this bus? Spread this bus now.
They won't waste our time.
Spread this bus to
this one to don't call Abi.
Yes, now.
No be lie you talk.
Red and yellow.
That be the best thing.
So now we gonna know the motor where kidnappers they use.
No be lie you talk. Now better you talk. So thank you.
Hello.
When I tell you I won't see you now. I call you say I won't see you now. You don't come.
I call you on Sunday.
Like that.
I greet you. That is the governor. That is the governor. The governor. I greet you. That is the governor. Hello.
Waiting they happen.
Hello. For this street. Color code. Spray your bus. Color code. You know here. Say the state government say when they spray a bus, they use this kind of bus for armed robbery and kidnapping.
Yes, but now this afternoon, now yes, say color code don't start. So now for us now, I want to be say Nigeria now to spray motor you don't dare. But before the month go finish, somebody like me, I'll spray my own because it's very very important. But they use the bus, they do bad thing. Yes, like this last Christmas, many people they complain. Some people, if they don't know you say you be drive away, they enter your motor always. They know go enter motor.
Okay.
Yes. So that color code is very very important. I support that one.
Then
very very. But may they make the price cheap for people. I not tell you that. May they make the price cheap for people. The color code make the price cheap for people because this government, like me, as a transporter, they favor me. So that.
They favor you. When say for 3 months, you never pay anything like ticket to a state government or local government.
Yes.
They favor you.
Yes. So that color code is very very important.
All the mini bus.
Yes, all the mini bus.
All the mini bus.
I say they use and they run taxi. Go do a but may they give us time. Say so time. Make sure say don't do a but we just enter January. But may they no put pressure because the country for now is hard. But may they give us so time 3 months time or 4 months time. Make sure say everybody don't get a motor color as the color code. So I support the government.
Nigeria versus Morocco.
Today, Nigeria will beat. Nigeria will beat. That's sure.
Hey, not forget that Morocco and they host the
nah, lie, we go win them. I trust Nigeria. 100%.
We'll beat Morocco.
Yes.
For tomorrow match, so.
Yes,
you
I
sure?
support them. I support them.
You sure?
Yes.
Move.
Thank you, sir.
That's the oldest boss, Vanette. You not sharp.
Well, sir.
Since when you buy this bus, why you not spray to wear no color?
Me, na color code that they use now. Come here. This one a union color code. Now they give me 006. Now will be the first one when we start up.
Okay.
Bring type of golden basic. This color code. The house code. If you go to the office now, they will bring.
If I go road transport employee, reach here now.
If you reach their office now, they will bring this paper come out. Go 06. My name go show for there. Yes, sir.
I just the year for the first time.
Now so it be. Now so.
So with this one, you don't need to spray them red and yellow.
No need. Now that is why we no spray. When we get all this number, then we will not spray.
Pure water. Handkerchief.
Sulu, waiting they happen. Sulu, waiting they happen.
Another feel Brito. Another feel Brito. Another feel Brito. Another feel Brito. Another feel Brito.
I know I'm my people to me, I want my people to me, I want my people
to Sulu, waiting they happen. Sulu, waiting they happen.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Independent television and radio here in Benin City, and the program is Hitches and Voices. Don't forget, Hitches and Voices comes to you courtesy of Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NABVID. NABVID is a known organization here in Edo State that is advancing the rights of persons with disability, not just in Benin City, but in Nigeria at large. This program, Hitches and Voices, is coming to you live on independent television and radio simultaneously. So we want to say a Happy New Year to our TV audience and a very Happy New Year to those who always find out time to listen to us on radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and my guest for today is the Executive Director, NABVID, Melody Omosa Esquire. Melody was with us on our Christmas edition, and today he's with us on our New Year edition. Melody Omosa, welcome once again to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you so very much.
It's always a delight having you on the program.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to our viewers and listeners, our followers on Hitches and Voices.
I will not forget to mention our sign language interpreter for today is Olayinka Constance Davis. She's the one doing justice to our deaf community on the program today. Like I said, it's our New Year edition. It's 2026, and I don't even care if I say it so many times. Once again, Happy New Year. We all are looking forward to this year to be a great year for everyone. That is not excluding the disability community. Last week on this program, the Executive Director, NABVID, tried his best to take us through a roll call of some of the achievements that the community of persons with disability enjoyed in the year 2025. And he is also optimistic that the year 2026 will indeed be another great year. But on the program too today, we'll try our best to also show you how NABVID decided to put smiles on the faces of persons with disability during the Christmas celebration. We'll take a clip from that event just to show you that NABVID is indeed in the business of putting smiles on the faces of persons with disability in Edo State. But on the program today, we're just going to project into 2026. I want to know what the community of persons with disability in Nigeria and indeed in Edo State, what they should look up to in the year 2026. And my very first question, of course, would be, what should we be looking forward to in this year 2026?
All right, thank you so very much. Again, Happy New Year to our followers on Hitches and Voices. And I'm glad that we have a brand new year before us, a gift from the Almighty himself. And as an organization, we're optimistic that this year will be a great one, and some of the things that we're not able to do in the past years, we should be able to record some very remarkable and significant successes this year. As far as deepening issues of inclusion and guaranteeing access for persons with disabilities in the polity generally. And that's our expectation, our prayers, and our work this year, to deepen advocacy, to elevate advocacy, so much so that persons with disabilities will find respite in society, being able to be counted and being able to be mainstreamed into governance and development initiatives in Nigeria. All of what NAVID will be doing in 2026 will be centered around that. And I'm glad, like I said last year, we have a commission for persons with disabilities in Edo State. You know very well that we have one at the national, but Edo State was able to join the bandwagon last year when in March 2025 a commission was inaugurated. This is the first year, full year, that the commission will be operating. In fact, the first time they will have a budget to their name. So we'll be excited to see, we'll be looking forward and excited to see what the commission will do for persons with disabilities. But as a non-state actor, which NAVID is, we are going to be holding the commission and other agencies of government accountable. We are ready to collaborate where we can and also hold them accountable, pointing them to what by law and by the law of the land, which the Edo State Persons with Disability, and by other framework, both legal and administrative, what they should be doing for persons with disabilities. So that's what we're going to be doing in 2026 in the various aspects, just to be sure that people with disabilities have their fair share of governance in 2026.
All right, I know over the years, or in the past 1 year, you've tried to partner with the Commission to give the Commission a good start. But I would like us to take it one after the other. Let's look at the area of education, which I know NAVID is very, very particular about. Education, like you always say, is a leveler for persons with disability. In the area of education, what would you want the Commission to do as regards to education for persons with disability in Edo State?
All right, before now, we have not only advocated for the education of persons with disability, we have actually practically bear some of the burden of seeing to it that we do not only talk about education, but also going, if you like, out of our way, out of the normal call of advocacy, to providing scholarship grants for persons with disabilities and assisting them with devices that will aid their education, such as providing laptops, computer, up to wheelchairs for those who need it. Because you say education, a lot of things, there are a lot of variables for
that
persons
would aid education.
That would, yes, a lot of variables. You are not just talking about reading and writing. Before you talk about that, one that is physically challenged, for instance, we need to be able to access the classroom, and where he doesn't have a wheelchair to do that, the education cannot happen for that individual. NAVID has not only talked about this, but we've gone out of our way to providing some of these assistive devices for persons with disabilities. We've also in the past advocated for a kind of tuition consideration for persons with disabilities in state-owned tertiary institutions, because at the time we found it quite challenging and demanding that we will go all out to source for fund for the education of persons with disabilities, and at the end of the day pay same fund to government institutions for children with disability to have access, knowing fully well that these institutions by themselves have barriers that would otherwise prevent the persons with disabilities from enjoying the facilities provided by this institution on an equal basis with others. For instance, I just mentioned the buying, sometimes we have to acquire wheelchair for persons with disabilities, right? You have a wheelchair as one that is, as a user of wheelchair, and you get to school, there are no ramps, you have to find a way to access the classroom, you have to find a way to spend a lot of money to provide some of those things for yourself, which the institution ordinarily should be their responsibility. At the end of the day, you pay the fee that other students pay. You pay the boarding fee that others will pay. But yet there is no form of succor or relief for you by way of what government provides. All of that has been done. We've asked that, there should be some form of rebate. We have also gone ahead to even develop for the Edo State government an education roadmap on how education can be brought closer to the people, persons with disability, progressively in a 10 years duration plan. All of that we have done just to ensure that education is accessible to persons with disability. But we now have a disability law that has made education, if you like, compulsory for persons with disability from primary to tertiary level. So our advocacy has paid off. There is a law and there is a commission. What we want to see that the commission does is to liaise with those in the education ecosystem, the Ministry of Education, the State Ministry of Education, the State Universal Basic Education Board, the Board for Technical and Vocational Education, the Senior Secondary Education Board, all of these in the education sector, to find out what they have, their programs, how relevant, beneficial, and adaptable it is for persons with disabilities. So it's time for government to begin to look at their programs, look at their policies, and in this light, the commission should be seen leading that, because that is the mandate. That is their mandate. The law has saddled them with the responsibility for the education of persons with disabilities, and those who are the primary provider of education for the citizenry and residents of Edo State, the Ministry of Education and other like agencies. Government, and by that I mean the Edo State Commission, should engage them to ensure that their policies, their programs, their activities have persons with disabilities inclusive in those programs, so that you do not say that, education is free, generally speaking, by the Universal Basic Education Law for the first 9 years of the educational journey of any child. Yet, there are no inclusive schools where persons with disabilities can access across the 18 local government areas of Edo State, for instance. So the commission, it's high time they started talking about this, and not just to talk, but to actually ensure that the relevant agencies of government does the needful in this regard.
Let's be very practical about this now. I know that, like you said, NAVID had designed a roadmap for inclusive education for the Edo State government. You did that quite well some time ago. I know that that document contains some short, medium, and long-term strategy to make education inclusive for persons with disability. Because we know that the universal law makes it compulsory for children generally, but the challenge that persons with disability are faced with is the issue of access to education. But what, in your view, would be a quick fix? Because we have a situation where the only primary school for people with visual impairment we have in Edo State is just one. It's been in Benin here. A lot of children don't have access to it. And I'm aware that there was a bus provided to commute students to school. That bus has been down for quite some time. I'm also aware that students in Idia College will have to pay for their hostel fee, and most children with disability can't afford this, and as a result, they are out of school. What, in your view, would be the quick fix for the commission to sort out some of these issues that persons with disability in Edo State are faced with?
All right. The persons with disabilities should have access to education at the same level that their counterparts without disabilities should enjoy presently. As to quick fix, the first thing is for the commission to undertake an assessment of what is happening presently. And you mentioned that there is one school. I understand that there are about 3 or 4 others which are actually moribund. There were arrangements for some schools, they're designated, but of course they do not have teachers, and so they are not able to admit children that should access those schools. But the problems you've just mentioned, having a vehicle that is broken down, having children not being able to pay for their accommodation and all that, the commission should see what is happening presently, take it from where it is, ensuring that what already is on ground, it's working, and take it from where they meant it to take it to the next level of incrementally increasing the participation of children with disabilities in the education space. It's not going to happen overnight, automatically, yes, but we will be satisfied if there is some form of progression in this regard, that this is what is. We ensure that what is happening presently is sustained, and you now want to take it to the next level of, okay, this is what we can achieve in 2026. Going forward in another 2-3 years, we should be able to do this, and that plan needs to be clearly spelled out.
Fantastic. We'll go over to the issue of employment, but before we do that, we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, Hitches and Voices continues. In case you're joining in, the program is Hitches and Voices on independent television and radio. Like I always say, don't forget we are on independent television and we're broadcasting on independent radio as well. My guest is Melody Omosa, and he is projecting into the year 2026 what he expects the Edo State Disability Commission to do for persons with disability. And he talked on education, the intervention he would want the commission to do in the area of education. Let's move to the area of employment. That's one area NAVID is also very particular about. What would you expect the commission, what would NAVID also be doing in this regard?
Well, for NAVID, we would work collaboratively with the commission to seeing that employment as far as persons with disabilities happen for those who are so qualified. I often would say that disability qualifies nobody for employment, but society will be irresponsible after you see your children or your citizens or residents with disability with all the odds go through school, properly trained, qualified, and are left to suffer, used very advisedly because from lack of employment. How else can they be encouraged? We'll work with the commission to see that at least positive step is taken in that regard. But if there's one thing that I know the commission is already doing, they have this in mind and they've already started engaging. I'm aware, for instance, that the commission has met with the State Civil Service Commission and also with the Local Government Service Commission in the state, reiterating, emphasizing the need to prioritize the employment of persons with disabilities in the state. And so I'm confident that now that they have that in their agenda and they are following through, we will also just work to see that, yes, what needs to be done whenever there's employment opportunity, people with disabilities are not left out in that program. I am confident that this would work because this administration thus far is demonstrating readiness to accommodate persons with disability in the state, in the civil and public space, in the Edo State Civil and Public Service. Recall that only last December, there was a standalone employment from one young lady, a physically challenged lawyer, who just got called in September last year. And when in December a request was made for immediate employment to encourage her, encourage her resilience and determination and brilliance, government wasted no time in approving an employment. And I can also report that she has actually resumed work. Her letter of employment has been given to her, and she has resumed job.
A big shout out to the Edo State government for making do their promise to employ Kindness Dausa, a fiscally challenged girl. I recall that Navid made a case for her during our third Rights Above Charity lecture, which took place on the 3rd of December, and government moved swiftly to give that young lady employment. These are the kind of things we want to witness in Edo State, inclusive governance, and the government is smashing action with words. That's fantastic. But we'll take a break from all of that. Like I said in my intro, Navid did a palliative disbursement to some persons with disability just to make them feel the moment of Christmas, and that was indeed a delight to see. We'll go to that video now. We'll come back. We'll continue our conversation with the Executive Director, Navid. We'll be back.
I want to welcome you to this 2025 palliative distribution by Navid, in token for Christmas. First, we want to thank God Almighty for sparing our lives. That you are here in spite of everything that we've gone through this year. So
and I want to also say thank you to Navid for this palliative in order for us to be able to have a beautiful Christmas. Thank you so much, and God bless.
That's how we roll at Navid. A big shout out to Navid for always doing what they know how to do better. But in rounding up very quickly, I would like to move to the area of awareness. The law is here, the commission is here. But what's not so much present is the issue of awareness. How much do people know about the law? I'm aware that the law provides a moratorium period for people to adjust public buildings. For example, when it comes to building code, making public building accessible for persons with disability. I would just like you to touch on these few areas very briefly, and looking forward to 2026, how Navid tend to partner with the Commission in terms of awareness about the law and the Commission.
Well, the relationship between Navid and the Commission presently is symbiotic, and I think that we are emphasizing on the awareness. The law clearly mandates the Commission to create awareness about its existence, and the Commission will be encouraged to follow that part of the law so that persons in the society will be aware of the disability law and what their responsibilities under the law is. And so, yes, there's a moratorium of 5 years, and awareness will be created.
No, but it's like the state law is 3 years.
You don't wait. It's 5 years also.
All right.
You don't wait for 5 years before you start sensitizing the people and before the steps that need to be taken for modification of public buildings will be taken. Yeah. So we'll work with the Commission to create the relevant awareness.
2026 promised to be a very good year for the community of persons with disability in Edo State and in Nigeria at large. We know it's also going to be a campaign season, a campaign year moving towards 2027. And we hope the disability community in Nigeria will be part of that conversation moving towards 2027. It's a wrap on the program today. We'll do this again next week. My name is Kingsley.
Perhaps before I just, let me also thank the founder, management, and staff of ITV. It's the very first edition for 2026. They've been our very big partners. So kudos to them. Wishing all of them a very happy new year and a prosperous one at that.
We know ITV is very disability friendly. So shout out to ITV management and staff as well. We'll do this again next week. Today, my name is Kingsley Okoje saying, spot the hitch and be a voice.
ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adesu Walsawage, and it's a brand new year and we expect you to be a brand new you, particularly in the aspect of finance. You know, some women have failed to realize that we are no more in the days of our mothers and in the days of our grandmothers. Today, a woman is supposed to hold her head high when it comes to her finances. But unfortunately, some persons are still waiting for that man who is going to take care of her, take care of her father, of her mother, of everybody in her family. This entitlement mentality. I am not saying that if your man is giving you all the monies that you want, you should not collect it. By all means, collect that money. Because husband money, they sweet well, boyfriend money, they sweet. Fiancé money and all of that. But as a woman, you should be able to hold your head high. Let's take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll continue. Thank you for joining us again on the program Woman to Woman. So this year, we want to talk to ourselves on the need or the importance of being financially stable or financially independent, regardless of how much you earn and bring to the table. It's something. We need to stop this entitlement mentality. We're trying to own our space, be a woman of substance, and then every other thing will follow. So I have two beautiful ladies in the house, and one is going to be joining us via Zoom. So Favor Eniye Omorige will be joining us via Zoom today, if the network is good. And okay, she's already there. Favor, how are you doing this afternoon? Thank you for joining us, Favor. All right, I also have in the studio Caroline Okonji, my colleague, my friend, and today she's one of the analysts on set today. Courtesy Girls Are Talking, because she has a way of talking to young girls too on the need to be financially independent. And I also have Dorcas Onoge here. She's a PR practitioner and then a teen attitude change coach. A pleasure to have you ladies in the house.
Same here.
I hope you guys are not looking more beautiful than myself, because I no go agree. This 2026, I no go agree for anybody.
No, you're good. You're still in your space.
I should be. I should be. Thank you for that. All right, ladies. The topic for today is the importance of financial independence for a woman. So, Caroline, let me feel your pulse on this issue. We all know what financial independence is. So, what can a woman do to be financially independent?
Okay, first off, let me officially say Happy New Year to those watching me right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and also to respond to your question, I'm going to start off by saying, reacting to what you said earlier, where you get to say, even if your man gives you money and all of that, it's still okay for you to be financially dependent as a woman. You know, when they get to say, his money is our money. Then, yeah, then my money is my money. It feels good when you get to see yourself spending your man's money and keeping yours. But regardless, as a woman, it's very okay for you to be financially okay for yourself. So that you can be able to fit in when your man's money is not coming in. Because this whole idea of depending on a man to survive, to sustain, is affecting most young girls out there. And because of that, they are finding it difficult to do one or two things to help themselves. So back to your question, what can women actually do to be financially independent? Now, there are so many things a woman can actually do to be financially independent. So many things out there. I'm going to start off with skill acquisition.
Okay.
Yeah. As a woman, it's very important whether you are a working class, a white-collar job worker or anything. It is very important for you to have skill.
Very important
for you
underline
to have,
that.
Yes, that word.
Very
important to have skill. Why I said it is very important. Just take, for instance, the white-collar job you're working. You're working for someone, perhaps it's not yours. You are not self-employed, and the person wakes up one morning and say, I don't want you anymore.
Just like that?
Just like that. Like, I want to close down my business. I don't think this business is yielding profit like I want it. So I want to put it down, I want to close down this business. What happens to you? You just fall back to the streets immediately, or maybe along the line, something just happened and you feel like, okay, there's something I need to assist myself with because this job is not giving me enough. What else? Will you still continue job hunting? And you know how difficult it is getting jobs out there. Now, whether with all your qualifications, your certificate and everything, it is not easy to get job out there. So for you to have skill, you can be in your house and your skill can be fetching you money.
Wow, that's
Take,
fantastic.
for instance, someone who sews. You don't necessarily have to own a shop for you to get customers. You could just be making clothes from your house, from the comfort of your home, and maybe for yourself, and you're advertising your product. When somebody sees you with what you're wearing, like, oh my goodness, I love what you're wearing.
Like
Who
what
made
you're
it for?
wearing.
Exactly, and I made this for myself.
I know, that's
Do
why you are
understand?
here.
Yeah, so you just, I love what you're wearing. Who made it for you? I made it myself. For real? Are you a fashion designer? Are you a seamstress? Are you a whatever? You know?
That kind of a thing.
That kind of a thing, and you say yes.
And it gives you some kind of pride too.
I'm telling you, you've advertised your product.
Okay.
And from there, one person can bring you two persons. Like that, you're growing.
Okay, let me pause you there. Now, Dorcas, yeah, you've been nodding your head and shaking your legs. Now, talk to me. What can a woman do? And how can a woman do it? She has just told us some of the things a woman can do. How can a woman do it?
There are a lot of things a woman can do because the importance of being financially independent cannot be overemphasized. Yes. When you have financial freedom, especially when you earn, I don't know for people, but for me, it gives me some sense of pride when I spend my money. It gave me that confidence, that freedom of choice when I spend my money. Now, let's come to what can a lady or a woman do.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that a woman can do. Talk about skill, you have to be skilled. Then you also have to be able to render services. What can you render? What kind of service can you render? Can you teach? Can you produce something? We have buns, we have meat pie, we have cake. What can you produce? What kind of service can you render to people? So I have seen somebody that today she's making money. And where did she start from? She was a teacher. And she said along the line, when she started having children, she started making her own food by herself. She goes to the market, buy her soya beans, buy other ingredients, and started making it. Then the school where she was teaching, her child is also in the crèche. So her child looks more headier than every child in that crèche. And people were like,
how did you do it?
So from there, the teacher started telling them, oh, she make her food by herself. So she said she started with, madam, mix more for me. Mix more for me. And she told me that she has stopped but teaching.
Okay.
And she has gone into production of this feed for children and adults.
Okay.
So then now she has been able to, from making something for herself, she has been able to create a business for herself. And she now even has a brand name for herself.
Fantastic. So 2 things both of you have said today is this: one, learn a skill; another, be able to render services.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll be asking Favor Eniye how she feels about all of this. We'll take that short break now.
ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for joining us again. Now let's hear from Favor, who is joining us from Benin City. Hello, Favor. We want to feel your pulse on the need for a woman to be financially independent and what the woman can do to move ahead in this 2026.
Financial independence is a must for every woman in this generation that we are into right now. You know, a lot of things are happening in our economy. And that's why we as women, we can't afford to fold our hands and keep to one particular type of job. We have to get multiple streams of income to help meet the demands on us and our family in this present economy. So every woman should not just be an employee, you can be an employer of labor also. Look around you. What can you do? What do you like doing? That is a clue to that problem that you are likely to solve in your society or in the environment. So I'll encourage every woman that financial independence, financial strength, it's very relevant in our present day world. So look around your environment. What can you do? Learn something new and begin to teach to others. There are a lot of things that women can do presently to make them financially independent. So it doesn't have to be you leaving your home like the first speaker said. You can actually be in the confines of your home and do something very meaningful that will also bring financial independence, that will make you financially capable. All right? So I encourage every woman in this generation that we're in to put our hands in multitask. Yes, the way God wired us as women is we're able to do more than one or two activities at the same time and do it perfectly well. So we should put away procrastination, get some of these activities that we can do, you know, and then put it together and package it in such a way that it's sellable. Then we'll be able to get financial rewards from them.
Favor, thank you so much.
As women, let's not fold our hands. Let's get moving.
Okay, Favor, thank you so much. I like that last part. Women, let's not fold our hands. Let's get moving. Okay, she mentioned procrastination, and that has always been the problem of most women. Yeah. I go do them. I will do it. Let me wait till next month. Let me give it time. How do we fight this problem of procrastination? Caroline?
Okay. I love to say don't be among the categories of persons who are lookers. Be among the categories of persons who are doers. Now, the moment you tell yourself that enough is enough, you must first of all realize yourself.
Before you can say that to yourself.
Yes, before you can say that to yourself. Otherwise, you keep procrastinating. So if you don't realize who you are, discover yourself and what you want for yourself and the purpose with which you want to do that particular thing you want, you will keep procrastinating. So first off, for you to fight that, realize who you are, what you want for yourself and why you want to do that thing. By so doing, what am I supposed to achieve from this particular journey I want to embark on? If you don't know all of those things, you will never get motivations, you will never be charged to do what you want to do. But because you don't know all of those things, you keep procrastinating because you don't see anything good coming out from that journey you want to embark on. So for that reason, you just be reluctant to just be there, procrastinating. Until you know that if I start selling these peanuts, in a week I should be making up to 20,000, or in a week I should be making up to 30, or even at least 10,000 naira every week for myself. Nothing will stop you from not swinging into action. But because you've not really analyzed what you want to do, but you just have this imagination, I think I can make peanuts. And if I start making these peanuts, now people will feel they buy and share. And people like
another problem.
Another problem. So you just be there. No, I beg, man, leave first. Man, first they manage this on what they do. By next year or by next month, I will try. Next month will come. You will still keep having that same thought. So you need to fight that negativity and allow the positive part of that business, that little thing you know how to do, to dominate you. Okay. That's the only way I think you can fight procrastination.
All right, Dorcas, I've noticed that a lot of women don't want to start small. They just want to start big. It's like a woman that wants to go into boutique business. You don't know a thing about it. And the next thing, rather than go learn it for a while, or just go for, how do they call it, tradesmanship or whatever it is called now, rather than go learn whatever it is you want to do, they just want to start. And they want to start big, in a giant way, in a big way. And within months, the business crumbles. I beg, advise this set of people.
Yes, I want to say something. It's not a matter, it's not, sometimes you imagine something within you and imagine the business within you and just forecast that this business is going to go well and you go into it. You dive into it because you have the resources. But normally it's not supposed to be so. I will advise every person that wants to do anything to start small. Get strong. We have been advised to put, if you want to enter the river, you have to test it with your foot to know the depth of it before you.
So I'm going to jump inside with 2 legs.
So you need to test strong and know what, yes, you may think that's something you have imagined in your brain is something that is going to go far. What you one thing you fail to realize is this: environment varies.
Okay. So you should study your environment.
Yes, you have to study your environment. Text strong. I would advise everyone that want to start big business to start small first. Text strong. What does these people in this environment actually like? What we say here. Somebody can tell you, oh, in Ugbo we sell this kind of things, in Oluku we sell this kind of things, but in your own environment that is in at Ibebahi, what we sell there. Yes, something that everybody knows. So you have to start small.
Yes.
And again, another thing that is also causing, just like you earlier asked about procrastination, we want a conducive environment. We want everything to be in place. We want to start big. We want everything to look. This woman, this woman usually advises people. What's her name? She said something. I remember her name. She said that there's never a better time to start.
To start anything.
That when she started her own business, I'm not forgetting her name. When she started her own business, a Yoruba woman, when she started that pastor, redeemed pastor, when she started her own business, she said, people will complain today that we don't have lights, we don't have lights. But when she started her own business, there was no lights, there was no constant light in Nigeria. And up till now, over 30 years of her starting her business,
there's still no constant lights, and her business is running.
For a conducive environment that she will never start. So what does that one tells me? It tells me that whatever it is that you want to start with the available resources. Start from where you are. There's room for growth.
Okay.
You don't have to have everything. If it's peanuts you want to start it. Start with the 100 naira package.
But some persons don't even want to start small. They say, the money is too small. How much am I going to get from
you
this?
Have to start from somewhere. So that one will not help you to know what the people want. Despite the fact that you have the resources, you will not put the resources in the wrong business. Rather, you will channel it to the one that people really desire.
Okay.
You actually want to meet people's needs, not your own needs, because you have the resources to produce it, or you have the resources to make it available. But something that people will actually come for.
Okay, so in just a sentence now, Favor, let's round up. In just a sentence, what's your advice?
Our advice, whatsoever is what's doing well. So women, 2026, get the ball rolling. Look for something to make you more financially independent, and then the sky is your starting points.
Thank you, Favor. Caroline, it's just a statement. Those who don't want to start small but keep asking for urgent 2K, I don't have cream again, I don't have this, depending on their boyfriend, as if the boyfriend is your papa, or anything, or just do something that is not right just to make that 2K rather than using their hands. In the statement, please.
They should continue
in the
begging.
sentence. They should continue.
They should continue. Both will leave them. You better look for something doing so that you don't continue asking for urgent 2K because they will insult you.
Okay.
That's it. So get something doing.
Lucas, in just a sentence, please tell us.
There's nothing as good as spending your own money. So
okay.
Get something doing and live a choiceful life that you can make your own choice yourself. Not that somebody putting you under pressure or in a trap because the person is sponsoring you financially.
All right, ladies. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us on this this year's first edition of the program, Woman to Woman. And Favor said, look for something that you have interest in, and you can, from there, start generating funds for yourself. And Caroline said, keep begging. Keep begging, though, until Express leave you. And Dorcas also said, do something. Don't fold your hands. And from me, the ball is in your courts. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Thank you, ladies.
You're welcome.
TV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm the Auto Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on your keeper dashing like this. On the horse stand, just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, lifting your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work. 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we're also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep a dash up like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. That's for the mid-open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder weight is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did one, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.